can be used your local language. So, and if you're an user, you should be aware that you can register and use such internet identifiers online today. So if you're an owner or developer of a website or an application, so you should be aware that your customers can use these identifiers, and your software, of course, your software products should be ready to work with them. So, and this is like the official introduction to the universal acceptance concept. So to remind you what we are talking about, but I would like to ask our audience actually to share their opinion on what do they think about universal acceptance and benefits that its achievement can bring. So I would like to ask organizers to show the pool on the screen. We have some short pool for our audience. So if possible, please share the pool. Is it possible? So, okay, I hope that the organizers can do it. No, this is slides.
I'm in the pool.
Okay, I think I can, please stop sharing slides. I can, okay, I think I have started the pool. Hope our participants can see it. So you can take 2-3 minutes to look and read the questions and answer it. So, and we will show, I hope that we'll be able to show the results at the second part of the session. If not, we will show them right at the moment when you have take part in it. So, but before you just expressing your opinion, I would like to start the main session and discussion with our panel today. And according to the introduction to universal acceptance issues, the first sight, it can be considered as a problem of technology interoperability, but the way how universal acceptance implementation process goes so far, so brings to the conclusion that this global process implies overcoming not only technical barriers, but requires a larger circle of stakeholder collaboration efforts. So to involve more stakeholder groups to work together to finally achieve your adoption at all levels. So, and we would like to discuss exactly this aspect in more details today. And we are quite happy to have at our panel the representatives of the main stakeholder groups involved, those who are closer to end user needs and represents their interests, and as well the technical implementers who are demanded to realize such support for universal acceptance in their software products and even already done it. So, okay, and my first question to the panel will be the following. So from the perspective of your stakeholder role, what are you doing so far, or what can be done for the wider universal acceptance implementation? And what potential collaboration with whom and how is needed for your stakeholder group to force universal acceptance achievement? So our speakers will have up to 5 minutes to share their opinion, and our audience is invited to ask questions that we will share with the panelists. And we will start with the end user side. And okay, before the introduction of the speakers, okay, I think that our participants have take part in their pool. Okay, I'm closing it, and I will try to share the results a little bit later. Okay, so our first speaker, Sylvia Helene from La Crala. She is representing the civil society stakeholder group. Okay, Sylvia.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello.
we can hear
Hello.
you. Mm-hmm.
Hi.
I think I have to share your slides.
Yes, please, the first one.
Correctly. Mm-hmm. Just a second. Just a second. 1 minute, please. Okay, here they are. So here they are, Sylvia.
Okay. The first one, yes, perfect. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me on this important panel. I'm Silvia Herlen Leite from Brazil, and I want to share with you all the experience of Latin American and the Caribbean regarding universal acceptance. Next one, please. We are part of ICANN, we are LACRALO, and we are 61 organizations representing internet end users. We almost have at least one representative in each country of Latin American and Caribbean. In 2018, we began a journey towards promoting the universal acceptance of domain names and email addresses. We created a working group to study the possible impacts and needs of universal acceptance. Next one, please. As we represent end users of the internet, the first measure to generate awareness among our people was to conduct several webinars explaining this new topic for the representative of these organizations so that they could multiply this information and thus create the knowledge of and the need for implementation to end users. In order to awareness with technical stakeholders directly, we do some webinars in Bolivia, Paraguay, and Nicaragua with internet providers. We also be in touch with others ICANN's group, like DNS Women, to enlighten women around the world to help us spread the news. Next one, please. And in order to create awareness among Latin American technical and software developers concerning the need to update and prepare the systems for multiple scripts, we create the LACRALO Universal Acceptance Training Program with ICANN and the Universal Acceptance Steering Group help. Launched in 2021, this training program consists in 4 sessions covering key topics such as email address internalization, universal acceptance for Java developers, and how to engage in universal acceptance activities. More 100 participants from 14 LAC countries participate in the training. Next, please. And what's next? We are going to do the same and more. For example, we are preparing a study that will try to repeat the study already done in Brazil that consists of seeing 100 local sites with their country code or the most used sites in each country to identify if they are ready for universal acceptance or not. ALAC community are preparing another training program for the next year, so you are all invited to participate in NARALO Universal Acceptance Training Program in January 22. The biggest challenge is overcoming apathy and lack of care from technical community, internet providers, and CCTLDs, also multinational companies, including governments operating in our region, so that they understand the importance of this issue. For example, if governments require universal acceptance readiness as the prerequisite to bid in procurements, I suspect we will see an immediate jump in acceptance. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia, so much for your presentation and for your slides and activities. And so Dennis, unfortunately, I can see the chat since I'm sharing the slides. So if you have any questions, any comments, so please do not hesitate to share them, okay? Okay, so thank you so much.
Mariette.
Yeah.
No, it was just you were showing the slides. It was on the PowerPoint view, not the slideshow.
Okay, I will try to change it next time, but on my screen they were in a slideshow. Okay, so our next speaker from the end user side is Cengiz Acharturk. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing the name incorrectly. So from the Middle East Technical University, and he will represent the academia sector. So Cengiz in the room. Okay, if I need to share slides, I will do it once again.
Okay. So I hope it works. So people hear me. Okay. Hello from Katowice. I'm on site, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody. My name is Cengiz. I have been a faculty member at the Cognitive Science and Cybersecurity departments of the Middle East Technical University in Turkey. Recently, I'm at Jagiellonian University in Krakow, Poland. So I represent here the stakeholders in academia in general, and I want to present a perspective, an academic perspective to UA. Higher education institutions, I should start with this general concept of higher education institutions which implement these academic activities. So they have three major missions. This is very well known: research, teaching, and community services they do. Each of these perspectives indeed has something to tell about universal acceptance. First of all, I will also take this academic perspective, I mean the researcher's perspective, when I understand and think about universal acceptance. First of all, it is a domain of technology acceptance. What do we mean by technology acceptance? It is the following. When you develop novel technologies, people usually resist. So it is not easy for the societies to accept it and start using it. And as an example, consider these vaccinations, mRNA or similar novel technologies. People usually say that, okay, fine, that is wonderful technology. But when it comes to implementation, you start to observe hesitations that they do not explicitly verbalize. So this is exactly the research focus on technology acceptance. You try to understand how people perceive those new technologies. And here my perspective that I would propose in this talk, in this very short talk, is that we can conceive universal acceptance as an instance of technology acceptance and follow the research methodologies for them. So what we mean by research methodology is this. There are validated questionnaire style investigations like technology acceptance, model development, and you have to do them in most cases as cross-cultural studies in different cultures. So this fits very well then in a collaborative approach to UA studies. And I think this is one of the major domains of collaboration from a researcher's perspective on universal acceptance. And it should also be followed up by longitudinal research, which would then allow us to observe what is happening in time so that we come up with dissemination strategies to make it stronger. So the implementation stronger. So this is the research perspective. The second is about teaching. We are all familiar with that. Higher education institutions, mostly universities, they do undergraduate teaching and they do graduate teaching, And these new technologies, as for those new technology, it takes time before they find their place in academic curriculum. So for example, to make it more concrete, consider the work on human-computer interaction and human-robot interaction. For a long time, they have not been included in academic curricula in computer engineering and sciences as part of, let's say, as a formal part of the curriculum, but it was only individual efforts of the researchers to introduce those new concepts in their lectures, especially in undergraduate studies. So what about UA then? It is not existent recently in academic curricula, but in future, it will find its place especially in computer science, engineering, science and technology policy departments, and possibly in computer education, instructional technologies curriculum. So for this, we should collaborate with institutions which suggest curricula for those departments like IEEE and ACM. So this is another pillar for potential collaboration to improve the dissemination of universal acceptance in a globally, let me say. And the final one is the community services. This is the third mission of higher education institutions. And they usually cover computing services and technical support services in universities. And these are also places where usually novel technologies get disseminated first at the university, then in the society. So they have chances to collaborate again globally to offer UA compatible student services, for example, for international students. So this is kind of a necessity too, that we will need more and more in future. And another point for collaboration is that, very brief, this is the last point that I want to make, is that UA training for the public can be done through those services at universities, because universities are higher education institutions are usually conceived as trusted bodies by the society, then this is a good channel to disseminate UA-related concepts to the universities and then to the society at large. So thanks for your patience. These were the points that I wanted to make.
Okay, thank you so much, Cengiz. I think that this is really insightful input, and I believe that research is absolutely needed, as sometimes we do not understand totally the influence of the local language of how on our mentality, how we think, how we try to express ourselves. So we really need more information on how different languages work with people's minds, I think. And it also helps us to understand the behavior that people demonstrate online, probably because it can be connected with the usage of their languages and the culture that comes under it. So I think that the research and academia sector involvement is absolutely necessary. And also our fourth speaker who will represent the end user side today, this is the Anil Kumar Jain from National Internet Exchange of India, and he is representing the opinion of a government. So Anil, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Maria. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Universal acceptance is a very important aspect, not only for India, but I think the whole world. Initially, when you started, you said that around 53% of the people are able to access and 47% people are not able to access internet. They might not have. But I want to add one more aspect of this. There are, even in English-speaking countries, there are people who are not literate, who are not able to read or, understand English also. So basically, universal acceptance should deal not only with non-speaking population, but should also deal with the non-literate or illiterate people also. Looking at the role of the government in India, we are 89% of the Indian population is non-English speaking. So it is very, very important. Although we are the largest connected country with more than 850 million broadband users. Similarly, we are also largest non-connected country also, as I said, because of universal acceptance. The role of government, which we look, is that we set the standard, we monitor the implementation of the policies which are defined for all, including all multi-stakeholders. We also should mitigate the barriers in case we have any problems in implementing and using those technologies, and also remove any inter-stakeholder issues in case the multi-stakeholders, they are not able to collaborate with each other because of certain issues. I think the government role comes in that. In India, government is making subgroups to ensure that email providers separately, website designers separately, browsers and IT applications, they should be able to set up their own targets and implement the universal acceptance as a concept. So what steps we have taken? We have created a stakeholder group. It is a group which represent government, non-government, civil societies, technical, academia, everybody put together. And we are going ahead with the universal acceptance implementation. Now here, what we have done is that we are setting standards saying that email provider. Now, whether if they are UA ready, then we provide 5-star to them. In case they are not UA ready, but they are closer, we may provide 4-star to them. So now everybody, whether it is an email provider, browsers, website designers, they will get some kind of star, right? So it indicates whether they are close to UA readiness or they are not close to UA readiness. And this will also motivate them to go to the next level. We are bringing organizations together like Google, Microsoft, Rediff, Zoho, XGen Plus, Nixie together to undertake their own role in UA readiness and UA implementation so that everybody understand their own role. They understand a collective role together as a group to implement for the nation. They are asked to self-set their targets. So it is not the group which is mandating them. It is not the government who is mandating them. And they will set up their own target that, the browser organization like Zoho will set up, say, I will be UA ready by March 2022 or by June 2022. And then we will be able to implement together as a group. We have started working like this, that we are providing a free digital identity to around 100,000 villages in the country. So basically, the website will be provided free, the domain will be provided free, the email will be provided free. And when in case after providing one digital identity to one village, in case some more people want, then that can also be provided. We are promoting a lot of content generation in local languages. For example, Nixie has undertaken 2 promotional schemes. If you are able to upload a content in non-English language, then you will be getting some cash prize plus certificate and all those. Similarly, in case the web designer, if the web designer per local language is excellent, then they will get a huge, maybe around $10,000 and certificate to promote them. So these kind of efforts are being done to generate more and more content in local languages. And we are distributing the free IDN emails with every IDN in this country, so that IDN alone has no meaning. If we are able to provide a email in IDN, I think that will take further to the next level of UA implementation. India is the only country which is providing 22 IDN in 22 official languages. I think this is the country with the largest number of IDN. So we hope and we understand the importance of universal acceptance, and that is what the inclusive growth of internet is possible.
Thank you, Anil.
Thank you, Maria.
Thank you, Anil, so much. So I'm really impressed how much the Indian government do for the universal acceptance implementation. So this is really, really great example. And I think many of us should follow it. So thank you, Anil, once again. And I would switch to the another part, actually, to the implementers part right now. And all our speakers from this side, they are representing the technical community and private sector companies. So, and the first word will be provided to the Ajay Data. So he represents the Data XGen Technologies, also from India. So we are listening to another side from India. And please, Ajay, you have 5 minutes. Share your opinion.
Thank you, Maria. I hope you have my presentation to bring it, or do you want me to do the rights till then? Thank you, Maria. This is fantastic that we are discussing UA at a IGF, and so many speakers are speaking. As chair, I have spoken now. This is an opportunity for me to share a little bit of technical side of and what technical community can do. Next slide, please. So this is, and please bring it to the slideshow, please. So Maria, please bring it full screen. No, it's gone. Yeah, that's right now. So our is the last slide. Go to the first slide, please. Yeah, that's all. Thank you. So as a technical community, we have many things. Obviously, any framework, any software, any website, technical community comes into the picture. So as a technical community, we need to oversee the remediation of standards, programming tools, languages, and platforms. All need to be UA ready. And this is not just the UA work, the other part of the UA work also being done in the standards in various organizations where they are talking about how do we make the UA ready platforms and applications. And that's the core work of the technical community. And UA technical community works very actively in that, along with the measurement working group and tech working group, both work together to ensure that technical working group is delivering what is required in the world. The another part which we require is the build platforms and softwares which are UA ready. So my friend Mark is also going to speak about what Microsoft did, but this is what actually the companies are doing to build platforms which are UA ready. So like Google made their Google Apps as UA ready for phase 1, so as Microsoft, so as right now Apple, and so as XGen Plus, which is my company, we made our software UA ready. So personally, I have led this initiative in my organization where not only the email platforms, the video conferencing platforms are also UA ready. So our video meet platform, which is a video conferencing platform, is now UA ready. Now it can have acceptance of email addresses in Hindi, in all the languages, can communicate, can register, you can sign up, do transactions, all that stuff. And mobile apps, which are mentioned here, data mail, and of course my primary software XGen Plus, which can also host the IDNs. So this is a technology role which we all have, and this one company sitting in India is not enough to deal with the whole world. We all technology providers, all community have to move in that direction so that whenever they are building an application. So Video Meet was built during the Corona times, but we ensure that it is UA ready at that time, and that's exactly what everybody needs to do. Next slide, please. So how you can experience a little bit. So those who are listening to me here, how do we get and test your application, whether you are UA ready application or not? And the first roadblock comes here is that how do you get an email address, which is working email address for your organization? Can you send an email? Can you receive an email? So here is, I'm offering you with this technology side. We did this exercise even in ICANN in Kobe, when we provided the free email address through the app to everyone who wanted to try their application. So as now you can install that app and get an email ID in not just Hindi, it's mentioned here, but you can draw in 27 languages, any language of your choice, and try it out in your application. The idea is to experience what UA is all about. Get an email address, a non-Latin character, and try it out in your application and see whether it works or not. If it doesn't, then you need to fix that bug. And the technical community role is to ensure that it is not rejecting any email address, it flawlessly works. And obviously host your IDNs. If you have an IDN, if you want to host it, then we also provide the free email address. This is basically an initiative from my company to support the UA work and also let people experience how they can enable their applications. And if they face a problem, then of course the whole community of UASG.tech and private community can support. Next slide, please. And that's our role as a technical community. The help companies see UA benefit, and that's a very important one, because why I get this question quite often as a USG chair also, that how and why I should invest $1 to make my application UA ready. Who is the taker? Where is the email address? Who is using it? Who is using my IDN? And that's where we need to let them see, I think. And there's a clear benefit, if I can tell in one line, as a technical person and as a commercial person both, There is a clear benefit and a future path. If you are not UA ready, you are going to miss lots of customers. Help implement UA practices in organizations. So let us say, for example, Nixie just told that they are going to be UA ready. If they get stuck, it's a technical community role to break their barriers and ensure that the UA readiness happens. They should not get stuck while implementing UA readiness. And that's where the role and of technical community, where breaking all the barriers which community wants and which organization wants, and they are provided those solutions which they need. Also demonstrate, like I just let you experience the email addresses and hosting on IDN, then we need to demonstrate by example. Microsoft demonstrated by making Outlook 16 UA ready. Apple demonstrated by iOS 14 version supporting UA readiness for phase 1. These are the examples the large organizations need to also demonstrate, and we all who is listening need to demonstrate in your smaller organizations and your community that you are making UA ready software. And this is how it is possible. When the large organizations lead the path, it becomes much more easier from the convincing perspective that this is something which is required for the future. And last part, which I want to request, train the trainers, because world is too big, 7 billion people. We can't reach possibly everywhere. So we need to train the trainers and the trainers and the trainers. And we need to have a chain of these trainers to talk about UA readiness and help organizations to become UA ready. Thank you, Maria. Unmute, please, Maria.
Thank you. I'm trying to control everything, but it's technically not really easy sometimes. Okay, thank you very much, Ajay, so for your work and for the possibility for Indian users to have and to get the ID and email addresses. So this is really, really great initiative, and it's really nice to see that implementers already do and provide such services. So nice to hear this. And our next speaker will be Mark Svansarik from Microsoft, from the global technology company. So we want to hear what the global companies do for the global market as well. So Mark, please, I will share your slides. Okay.
So hi, everyone. I'm Mark Svansarik, Microsoft, calling you here from Redmond, Washington, United States. And my little talk is about email address internationalization, which I call a universal acceptance is a team sport. When you think of all the different things that Dr. Datta's companies do for universal acceptance, it's pretty amazing how much he gets done. But for the rest of us, there's a lot of teamwork and persuading people that they should work with us. And I was just going to tell you a little bit about how this went for email and how it's going on right now. So next slide. So email related universal acceptance is one of the harder topics, because there are a lot of moving parts, even more complicated than IDNs. And so this has been a multi-year process, and there's lots of people who are involved. There's ICANN, there's the cloud service corporations like Microsoft, there's standards experts, and there's a community of passionate volunteers. But we started by trying to convince some engineers and some managers that they should support these features. You know, every product company has lots of things that they could do. They have many opportunities, and so you have to convince them that this is a good opportunity and that it's worth the effort. Next slide. So first, I'm going to share you some arguments. These are arguments that engineers and managers will give you when you say, let's become universal acceptance compliant. And they will say, I've never heard of this before. It must be very new. I don't want to do anything new. And of course, you tell them, no, these are stable standards. They've been standardized and approved for a long time. So don't worry about that. Another thing they might say is, phones and messaging apps, they're replacing email communications. And there was a time when maybe people thought that, but now they realize that all of these things will coexist. And in fact, email addresses as identities are as common as ever. And so that argument is pretty easily refuted. Another one is, again, about phones. SIM cards will replace email addresses as identities. But not everyone has a phone, and some people share their phones with other people. So using the SIM card as an identity for multiple people, that's easily refuted too. So maybe you think that these are obvious arguments, but people will bring them up and you need to know how to answer them. One of the most annoying ones is people don't really need this because the existing system works just great. And Anil gave many examples of why in India and elsewhere, that's just not true. I'm putting a link in the chat right now. This is a video that was made by THNIC in Thailand a few years ago. It's called Kai 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 Kai. Mr. Kai wants to sell chicken eggs. And in the Thai language, Kai, his name, and Kai selling something, and Kai chicken and Kai egg, they're not all Kai, but they all sound like that. And when you transliterate them into the old ASCII character set, it just doesn't make any sense. I think that everyone should watch this video. It's very short and it's very funny. And I've found that this is a great way to persuade people who don't understand what the issue is, why universal acceptance is important in real life. Another thing that comes up for email is people say, well, if, say, a Polish person sends an email to a Brazil person, they won't understand each other. How will that work? How will they exchange their contact information? And that's because probably that's not the use case. If you are a person who speaks many languages and you're very good at English, and all the people back in the old country, your old family people, they all understand English too, then this is not a feature that you are depending on. But there are many people, as Anil said, who only use one language, or they're only literate in one script. These are the people who are going to benefit from these features. And the other people, they should stop worrying about, whether it's compatible with them. A last one is, we're not seeing a lot of demand for this yet. This is what we call the chicken and egg problem. At Microsoft, we were able to just go back to our value statement. Our mission is to empower everyone on the planet. And this is a great way to empower people who aren't using English as a first language or the Latin character set as their language of reading and writing. And so these arguments were enough to convince Microsoft to support EAI, internationalized email, across all of our email services and applications. But it wasn't enough to do all of the use cases where we use email addresses as identifiers. For that, we still have to deal with the chicken and egg problem. Next slide.
You have less than 1 minute, please.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I'm sorry that part took too long. Yeah. So here's where the rest of the community comes in. There is a technical effort. So we have technical standards people who helped us make comprehensive technical documents. We have several of those in UASG. We have a really good one for EAI now. Then we had other people come in and help us build a test methodology. So using the technical reference document, break out how do you test each of these features. Then we had other community people, volunteers, create the inventory of all the email apps and services and libraries that we wanted to become UA ready. And then we got other vendors that we hired using ICANN resources to actually perform these tests and share the results. And then we could contact back to the technology providers and get them to become more UA ready. And then using that inventory from above, we could also outreach to the industry people. That's where those arguments from the previous slide come in. You have to convince them, you have to show them that this is valuable and makes sense. we're also creating a self-certification process for buyers and suppliers. So Anil was talking about giving people scores. We're trying to create a process where people can rank themselves, give themselves their own score, and then use that in a system like Anil was talking about. And then finally, we have lots of ICANN resources, such as messaging and local initiatives. So what Sylvia talked about, those kinds of local initiatives are a big part of this. We also have academic outreach, academic analysis, like what Cengiz is doing, and other training materials. So you can see that even though Microsoft is very interested in this, or XGen Plus is very interested in this, really the only way we can do this is by a big collaboration across all of the community, from people who are volunteers or experts in one area or experts in another area, everyone working together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark. And I would like to say that Microsoft has already implemented the support for universal acceptance in his products like Microsoft Exchange Server, like Outlook.com and Outlook Mail Client. So you are leading by example, and I think that this also influenced all the market, the global market of and email industry. So this is really nice, and thank you for the support of this initiative. And our last speaker from the technical community and private sector will be Walter Wu from the Chinese IDN registry, .mark TLD registry. So Walter, you have your 5 minutes, so please, I will share your slides right now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Maria. I'm very glad to participate in this session. Personally, I'm from Chinese IDN registry. Shangbiao means trademark. In my understanding, new GTLD registries and the registrars need to play very important role in the UA implementation process. The UA issue needs the support from the software and the internet service vendor, such as the browser, the email provider, the search engine, social media software. But during the process of communications with those vendors, one of the most frequent questions was asked is, can you tell me how many users is using the IDN right now? Yes, that's the key issue. UA implementation needs the support from the software and other internet service providers, but it really needs the wild use of internet users. So as we know, the domain name is a linking and a navigation tool, but the internet user usually don't use the domain names as the search engine. In other words, the internet users don't usually type a domain name in the address bar of browser, especially for both IDN and UGTLDs, unless they are told so. So, the domain name registrants of IDN and the new GTLD needs to tell them, tell the customers or the internet users, this is our name. And it needs a long time process, since it needs the time to educate the users, remember it, and get used to typing it. Therefore, the registrants actually play one of the key roles to improve the UA environment. The registrant promotion from their domain names generates the actual use for internet users. With the actual use, the software and the internet companies have stronger motivation to improve the UA experience. So they apply the UA standard not only for the ICANN and for the domain name community, but also for fulfilling the demand from the end users. But there's only one exception. If the service provider believes the IDN GTLD will compete with their own service or bring the negative impact even in the short term, maybe they hesitate to support. But then the provider may postpone the improvement of UA. However, that's a very, however, even in that case, if the internet user has a strong demand, the service provider may eventually compromise. So in the summary, the registries and the registrars need to enlarge the market of IDN and especially educate the registrant to proactively link the domain name to their website, online store, or even the single web page to promote in their business implementation. The IDN domain names were shown, were recognized and remembered by internet users. And the internet user gradually get used to typing it. Then the UI environment will get better improved. So in this actual slide, I just provide some showcases that our registry or registrar, is to during the education to the end users, especially those SME customers, will proactively print their IDN on their advertisement, on their package, on their even the store, the wall of their store, and by we follow some of the customers. We think during that kind of process, when those domain names were shown, were educated to the end users of this registrant, and actually the registrant get higher traffic from direct type in of those IDN. So that's kind of showcases I want to show to everyone. And among the initial statement of the other part is what potential collaboration of this role. I think, for example, in China, fortunately, we are not work alone. We actually form a Chinese domain name initiative under the Internet Society of China. We just collaborate with different industry organizations like the China Advertisement Association and the China Trademark Association, to work with those industry organizations. They can understand the value of IDN and what is a key point, what is a key benefit to those for let the users use the IDN. And also the government support. Government support is also very important.
1 minute, so please.
Okay, yeah, and so the CDNI, the China Domain Name Initiative, also, we get the support from the community, and eventually there is a very important issue in China happening right now, because on early November, the MIT, the related government, published its 15th five-year plan for the information communication development, and mentioned the ID and UE issue, particularly to improve the application environment of Chinese IDN. So, so as to further promote the uses of Chinese domain names. It definitely will increase the awareness of IDN and UE issue in China, and increase the software company input more resources on improving UA environment in China. So it's my personal strong belief that this effort will achieve more progress in China on the UA issue in next few years. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Walter, very much. So I think that this is a great achievement that you have got. You are supporting the national program, and this is really nice example of how governments can help to realize universal acceptance, achieve support on the national level. So that is really, I congratulate you with this achievement actually. So, and hope it really helps. Thank you so much. So, okay, thank you, our speakers. So we are going to some discussion with our audience and with our speakers as well. So if you have questions, please post them in the chat. Dennis?
Maria?
Yes?
Yes, Maria, this is Dennis. There's a question in the chat box. It's actually directed to Mark. And it reads, may I ask you to share, does MicrosoftLive.com email service going to make support of hosting mailboxes with Unicode in local part of email addresses? If it is so, then when could it happen? If not, then why? Thank you. From Vadim. And Mark just posted his response. There you go. That's,
so I posted the response in the chat. We don't host mailboxes yet. We actually use XGen Plus mailboxes for doing our testing. Thank you. And the reason is that there's some complexity in the way that our identity systems work, and we would have to change some things in order to do the hosting, because, well, there's a complicated interaction between those things. So when I said on my slides that there were still some features that were remaining. Those are the ones that I'm talking about. I suspect that Google is in a similar situation. We are just waiting for more market adoption, and that will make those features be a higher priority. So for now, you can send emails, you can receive them, you can do spam filtering, all kinds of email related things. But there are some scenarios like real-time collaboration, which use the email addresses as identifiers, which are not enabled yet. We're working on it.
Great. Mark, we wish you luck. Yeah, and yes, and there are also open source decisions that are available on the market, so where you can use actually the email addresses with the Unicode part, but in most cases they are more like aliases for the Latin email addresses, but still it can look like the Unicode on all levels before that and after it. So, and yes, we are waiting for the critical mass of the software that will support universal acceptance, and probably it helps to move forward. Okay, great. I will try to show the results of our pool. I hope I will be lucky with it. So I think you can see it on the screen, right? Okay, so most of our audience think that the universal acceptance, actually, this is, it really helps to get easier access to the internet and use it in a more light way. So, and some of our audience, some participants think that it can improve the interoperability of the internet and of course create new opportunities for the development of new multilingual services online. So this is the results, and I would say that probably we can consider these results like a result of some universal acceptance promotional activities and the work that's already done. So, and we are going to discuss the following questions with our speakers. Anil, you have raised your hand. You wanted to comment?
No, Maria, I just celebrated the poll results. It was not a hand. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thanks. So, and we should mention that there are some certain results actually in URI implementation that have been achieved the last decade. So, and I would like to, but still, and we see that the collaboration that's already ongoing, and even between implementers. So this is nice. And as we actually have no questions, also, I would like to ask the last question to all our speakers. You will have just half of a minute to suggest how do you think, how we can probably improve or probably change the ongoing promotional work and stakeholder engagement processes, so to improve and make really, and to really foster the URI implementation. So just suggest 1-2 concrete takeaways, and we will start from implementer's side. So Ajay, you will be the first. Just 1-2 concrete suggestions, as we have just 3 minutes left by the end of the session.
I think we have to just take the steps. I always say taking the first step is an important one, and we have to take the step. It doesn't cost you very much. It takes very little, but you will be UA ready very soon. And Maria, the good part with the poll is that nobody is there who do not see the benefit. So if you see the benefit, then better go for it, right? Why you are pending the benefit not to be accrued there? And that's the theory which I think we all should have and become the part of this success story of the multilingual internet and UA readiness world. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ajay, very much. Mark, you next. Your point.
I think we should celebrate our successes so far. It's very easy to get discouraged or frustrated and say, oh, this is so hard and there's so much work left to be done. But if you look back several years, we've made great progress and it's still going on. So just keep remembering your arguments and keep up your stamina and stay building your communities, either your technical communities or your local communities, and keep working together, and we will solve it eventually.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Thank you. You are very optimistic. So that is right. This is great. Walter, your suggestions, please.
Yes, actually, as I suggest just now, I think the end user really application of IDN is really important, especially those big companies like even Microsoft. I know Microsoft registered a lot of IDN, even under our Shangdiao, Microsoft is our client. But that IDN domain name was only reserved as a kind of domain name protection, not really use that. So my suggestion is the big companies link your IDN and show your IDN on your web advertisement, and let everyone, let every users in China know Microsoft will run your IDN domain name in China. Not only for Microsoft, but for every big 500 companies globally, but those big companies, just show your IDN names. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Walter. So the end user side, Sylvia, what you can say to us, what suggestions from your side?
Okay. Well, I think we should insist and go on in our work to make understand the need for all domains and emails to be accepted within all application and devices to use internet. So capacity building with end user is essential, so they can ask to their internet providers the implementation of the universal acceptance. I think for our side is that the way. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sylvia. So I agree that users should know they can get such services, right? Yes.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, Sylvia. Chingiz, your suggestions, please.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Maria. Very briefly, it takes time to understand why people don't move or when they start moving. For that reason, in practical terms, what we know is that technology is spread through pioneering people. And this is not a crowded group of people, but they're very influential. Therefore, I guess we should spot the domains of success and disseminate success stories to improve UI globally. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you, Cengiz. And Anil, please, suggestions from government side.
Thank you, Maria. The first suggestion is we should start sharing the success stories with each other, so that we understand where it has gone. The second, regarding capacity building, I think we are going ahead, and I request all others to appoint universal acceptance ambassadors. They will go to the various community, explain how it has to be done. And final suggestion, start a helpline 24/7, so that in case anybody want any problem in universal acceptance implementation, they can reach out to the experts, and experts can lend their hand for better implementation, so that overall success can get in universal acceptance. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you, Anil, very much. So I would like to, actually, we are at the end of our session and we need to conclude it. I would say that I think we make the really input ourselves by this session to the global cooperation and engagement processes, I believe so. And also we will put all the takeaways and calls for action in the report, of course. But of course, we see that there are some problems in place and we need to continue this work. We probably need to educate our end users more, because we see that actually not so many questions, so not so many discussions from the end user side. So our work also is to spread the UI awareness further and to take and to make end users to pay attention to such new opportunities on the internet they can really get, and by using their local languages. So thank you once again for all who has joined us today, for all the speakers, all the participants in the audience in Poland. So have a lucky end of the IGF. And I think this is really important that we are discussing these topics on such a global platforms. Thank you all. And we can close the session right now.
Thank you very much for the participation.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Salam alaikum, bonjour, buenos dias, hello, and welcome. My name is Nina. I come from the internet. And this is not a workshop. It is not a panel. It is a Friday hangout at IGF. So if you are watching on YouTube, if you're watching on the IGF platform, if you're on Zoom with us, or if you're part of the technical team or the captioner, or if you're sitting in this room with me, this is our session. We have 55 minutes to hang out and discuss digital inequalities. But today we want to zero in on the gender digital inequality. In other words, the digital inequality that concerns men versus women, not only in binary terms. I will have people who will contribute, but if you're listening to me, I will also love your contribution. Once again, it is not a panel, it is not a workshop. If you are here, you are part of the team. There are people online, like I said, there are people on Zoom, and there are people in the room. Our session is in 3 parts. After you hear my welcome, we would want to hear someone who has worked with a group of researchers to inform us, especially about results coming from your research in West Africa. And then would want to hear some of the people who've contributed to that research. And we will hear from everyone else. Once again, this is not a very big session. It's a town hall session. A town hall session is the one where mothers come with their children and children are followed by their dogs and cats. So if you have a cat that wants to say something, they are welcome to this session. I don't know how the captioner will do it, but all pets are welcome. All researchers are welcome. All human beings are welcome. And even if you're not a human being and you can speak, we would like to try that today. Once again, welcome to the session. I am going to be inviting Ana Maria Rodriguez to this session. Anna, in the next 5 to 7 minutes, can you please enlighten us on what research is saying about gender digital divide and what it means to us and what it is costing us as humanity? Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Nena. It is a pleasure for me to be here today. I'll be sharing with you our latest research from A4AI on the cost of exclusion. So before hearing from the amazing women in the panel about the concrete actions that they could take in South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa to close the digital gender gap, I would like to contextualize the urgency of the matter and tell you about this research that we did in A4AI. What we did is, in this amazing and powerful research, what we did is try to put a number to the digital gender gap and understand what's the cost of excluding women from the internet and what are the consequences not only for my gender, but also for men and non-binary people of not closing the digital gender gap, because this is not only a problem for women, but also for everyone in the economy. and it's affecting and it's making us lose billions of dollars for keeping women offline. So it is well documented that women are disproportionately excluded from internet use. Worldwide, 55% of men are using the internet, whereas only 48% of women are using the internet. So this is what we know, or what we understand as a digital gender gap. And in regions such as Africa or Asia Pacific, the situation is even worse. So we know that. We know this gap affects around 300 million women. 300 million women are not connecting to the internet. We know it exists. We know how many women are affected by it. We know this gap is very significant in regions such as Africa and Asia Pacific. But how has it behaved in the past decade? What we found in our analysis is that this digital gender gap hasn't closed in the past decade. It has actually remained almost the same. It has only closed 0.5 percentage points. This is very little. And this shows us that policymakers and different stakeholders are not doing enough to close that digital gender gap. We studied 32 low and lower middle income countries, and this is what we found. So as well, every 2 years, we do the Affordability Drivers Index, and we have a gender indicator there. And consistently, that indicator gets the lowest scores. And almost half of the countries that we include in that analysis don't have policies that include women and make them connect to the internet. So we know this gap exists. We know that it hasn't changed in the past decade. We know we haven't closed it. But what's actually the cost? What's that economic impact for the whole of the economy? Well, from our analysis, we found that this gender gap is equivalent to a loss in economic production of $1 trillion in the past decade. So over the last 10 years, the whole of the economy of these 32 low and lower middle income countries that we studied have lost a total of $1 trillion due to a gender gap, because we are not connecting women, because they are not able to experience the whole power of the internet and get all the social and economic potentials of connecting. We as an economy are losing this amount of money. We have lost this amount of money. So this is the past. In the last decade, that's how much we have lost, but it shouldn't be our future. We encourage policymakers to work towards closing the gender gap. And we actually calculated that there's a big economic opportunity for these countries and these economies. If they manage to close the gender gap in the next 5 years to 2025, they will have the opportunity to get an economic production of $500 billion. So we encourage policymakers to act now, start taking steps towards closing that gender gap, and actually take advantage of this huge economic opportunity that closing the gender gap offers, not only to women again, but men and non-binary people and all of us. So we have been working and advocating for closing this gender gap for many years in the Alliance for Affordable Internet. And what we recommend is using this policy framework that we call REACT. So 5 elements: rights, education, access, content, and targets. The rights is that we should recognize the internet as a human right for men and for women, and recognize that women have the right to access it, to access devices and an affordable and meaningful connection. Education, for us, education is the foundation of all this. If you don't have the right digital skills or literacy, you won't be able to participate in the digital economy. So we encourage governments to work on this aspect. It should not only be the ICT sector that should work on this, it should be an effort of many sectors, including the education sector, including these subjects in the curriculum, and also working with women so they can be more involved in the digital economy. When it comes to access, we encourage as well policymakers to include in their policies aspects of affordable internet, many times offer free access and give them the right devices for them to connect. When it comes to content, we have been hearing many sessions around how to make the internet multilingual, how to make it relevant for everyone, and not only for, it's an internet many times designed by men, but we want women to be included in the design, but also to find the right content for them to participate. And lastly, we encourage to have the right targets, the targets that are easy to measure, easy to follow up, transparent, and to collect data as well, because there's a lot of missing data that we don't have, and we don't have the right instruments to understand how's the situation in low and lower middle income countries. From our research, we have had the opportunity to talk, and we will hear more from the amazing women that are here today sharing this panel with me. But we have been able to identify different experiences in Nigeria and India, for example, of what are women doing when they connect. And we have found that they are able to do amazing things when they connect. They are able to impact not only their economic and social well-being, but also their children, social well-being, and their whole communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What exactly is 1 trillion? That's 1,000 billion. Is that correct? That's a lot of money that we've lost in the past decade. All right. Thank you very much, Anna. What we want to do now is to hear from the wonderful ladies who have supported this research, who are women in ICT themselves, and who would enlighten us the more. And so, ladies, I'd like to welcome you, but not to talk to us about the report. We are going to read the report. I am hoping that A4AI will tweet the link to this report so that even if we're not in this room, we can get access and read it more. But please, let's note that 1 trillion is the money we've lost. So we know that amount. Now, what I would like to ask you, beginning from Audrey, who is in Abidjan, then Tokpe, who is in Lagos, and Neela, who is in Dhaka, Bangladesh, and one other lady who will come in, Amrita, very soon. And so the three ladies we would like you to share with us, how are you living with this kind of challenges on a daily basis? One challenge, one way the women are dealing with this gender digital divide on a daily basis in your home country, in your home city, and what one thing should we be doing in policy to make a change? So the question once again is, how are women and girls overcoming this divide? What are they doing? How are they doing it? With who are they doing it? And what social and policy interventions can help reduce the digital gender gap? I know that in your study, you've spoken to a lot of these women, you've spoken to communities, you've held focus groups, you've gone around your countries, you've heard a lot of stories. So we are not able to listen to all your stories, but we'll give you 3 minutes each to enlighten us on one story that you know on the how, and one other on what we should do next. Audrey, tu as la parole. Welcome. Can we unmute Audrey?
Thank you, Nina. So, from my experience as a researcher in Cote d'Ivoire, I can say that the main barrier the woman and girl face about the digital gap, the level of education, the wage gap, and also I can say the lack of the cost of device. And some lady tell that internet are not affordable for her because they don't get a lot of money, so they can't pay for internet. So this is one of the barrier. And many women are sure about privacy and online security. And last year, for example, when we went to Bouaké, it is a city of the Côte d'Ivoire, some lady said that they don't have the right to access to internet because the husband don't want them to have access to internet.
So sorry, ma'am, can you repeat that?
I said
the lady did not have a right because the husband did what?
The husband said they don't have the right to access to internet. Yes. And many times they don't have money to pay. Usually it is a man who pay for internet. It is a man who pay for everything. So if your husband said you don't have the right to access to internet, you cannot have the right because you don't have money to pay it. So it is one of the barriers. But I will focus on one point, the level of education. I see that educated women are not afraid to use internet because they use internet to develop their business. Whether you can see in agriculture, informal sector in general, they try to create online activities, even if someone else can help them. If they don't learn how to write, they don't learn how to read, they can use voice technology to talk with their customers. So if they are uneducated, they can use internet to develop their business and make money. And some lesson I learned from last year to now, I think if you come from Cote d'Ivoire, you come from Benin, you come from Burkina Faso, it is the same lesson I think we can put to close the digital gender gap. I can say, for example, the government can improve the service for women online. When I was in the small town in Cote d'Ivoire, the lady said, we would love to maybe access with internet, we can buy something, we can have health assistance via internet, we can, how can say that? We can order food, we can order anything else with internet. 2 years ago, we need to travel 2 hours or 1 hour to go in the small city to access to the bank. With them, for example, with mobile money, with digital bank online, we can access to our money and buy anything we want in a minute. So we don't need to take a lot of time. And
thank you very much, Audrey. Amrita has arrived, but before Amrita, we want to listen to Tokwe Ogundipe, who I believe is in the big fat African country of Nigeria. Tokwe, you are welcome. What's your experience and what's your advice in 3 minutes? Can we unmute Tokwe, please? Thank you.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm not I think I may keep my camera off because of spotty connection.
Right.
Yes, okay. So thank you again. So the experience in Nigeria with this research was quite interesting. What we are finding is that the digital gender gap continues to, in my experience, deepen or widen, especially in rural communities. So we had initially thought that the interviews were going to be virtual and the focus groups as well, but we increasingly found out that it was not going to be possible to speak to certain categories of people who are living in rural areas without electricity to charge devices, without access and connectivity. And so we had to have some of the focus groups as face-to-face to be able to speak to these women. What we also found that was quite interesting from group to group is that the reasons or the motivation for connecting to the internet possibly vary for different demographics of women, depending on where they're living and what their priorities are. So for instance, we have thought that in Nigeria, the younger women might be more interested in the internet generally for socioeconomic opportunities, for education, for business. We found that younger women are possibly more interested in access to the internet for communication and social networking and for issues around agency, much more. And then the older women who we found with less digital skills, who are less confident about the use of the internet, they really wanted to learn for business and socioeconomic opportunities. That's what we were finding. And this also differs. We also found that this was also different from one geographical location to another. So the more we moved up north, the more we found that people were more interested in the internet for what I would call agency. For instance, what Audrey was talking about, people want to be able to own devices, as just to start with, to be able to have access to data, with their own funds, which was often scarce. But in the South, more people had devices. Even if we found that some of those devices were not smart devices, they had devices, they had connections to one degree or other.
One second, Tope. One second. So there is a north-south divide. Does it follow the rural-urban divide? And which side is rural and which side is urban? So we understand.
So for instance, in the North, we spoke to people both from urban and rural communities. In the Southeast as well, we spoke to people both from urban and rural communities. In the West, we spoke to people both from urban and rural communities. But in the North, we spoke to younger women only. But in both the Southwest and the Southeast, we spoke to women from about 18 to 60 years, just the whole range. But in the North, like I said, it was more of women looking for agency, women looking to even connect in the first instance. They wanted access to their own devices. They wanted to have agency. They didn't want to share devices. And they were very interested in communication and social networking. In the South, in the Southeast and Southwest, people were looking for more meaningful connections. So they had devices, they had internet, they had connection, but they wanted skills, they wanted opportunities, they wanted to be able to find information that was relevant, to them, to their context, to civic engagement, to political participation, and to business and job opportunities. So that's what we were finding. We also found that the pandemic had encouraged a lot of people to explore online opportunities, but the barriers that they were finding, were related to costs, exorbitant cost of data. It was related to trust. The environment in Nigeria is such that the trust in the online space is very low. People are afraid of being scammed. Cyber fraud is very popular. So as much as people are moving online, they are also inhibited in terms of business participation and what they're doing online because of trust. And another big problem. Okay,
let's circle in on the trust issue. What policy and social measures can you recommend in dealing with the trust and online security issue as seen in your research? That would be helpful to us.
Yes, so in terms of dealing with trust issues in Nigeria, I think that what may be very important is for policies around cybersecurity to focus on consumer protections and also confidence in the online marketplace, because we find that there's not enough collaboration, I think, between stakeholders in the space for prevention of online fraud. And I do think that this is something that sets back significantly the digital economy. So I think that one of the policies that can work in that area is for public and private partnerships to address issues of confidence in the online space and stronger protection for consumers. So I think that's one thing that can be done in that space. And then the second thing that I also think may help is still on the issue of education and digital skills, because even when there are people who are new to the internet space often do not have enough knowledge and confidence to make the choices that will protect them in the online space. So people are buying and selling and using applications, but they are not, their choices in terms of data protection or who has access to their personal information, they're not making good choices. They're not using all the controls that are at their disposal. Their privacy practices or their online hygiene generally, online hygiene practices are not good enough, again, because the skills are not there. So I think in skills training, it's beyond this is the internet and this is how to use it. It should also include skills that can improve confidence in how people protect their data and personal information in the online space.
Right. You've been very helpful to us, Tokbe, and everybody is nodding in this. I wish you could see how many nods. So it's not applause, it's nod applause, if we can see us. And Mary Uduma is here. She's nodding in agreement. I'm going to come to Nila. So we're moving from Africa to Asia. Buckle up, folks. There may be some turbulence on the way, but we are heading down to Asia. Nila, you are in Bangladesh. What have you seen and what do you want to tell us? Can we unmute Nila? Achia, yes.
Yeah, you can call me Nila. My nickname is Nila. Thank you. Actually, in this research, what we face, the thing is, last 9 years I'm working in this field. So what I discovered, the thing is, firstly, the access to device is a problem. Access to tech education is a problem. And access to digital financial support also is a problem, like financial transaction. And also cybersecurity is a big problem in here in Bangladesh for the women life. So there's a lots of problem. So the thing is, people are not getting the proper education. And in Bangladesh, every man, every family actually lead by man, and man own the computer or own a electric device or any type of smartphone. So when any women want to use that, they need to take permission from the man. So that is a problem. And another thing is the broadband connectivity is not everywhere available. So they need to buy the mobile data. That also a problem for the women because they are depending on the their husband, fathers or brothers. So they always ask money for buying the mobile data, and that is expensive. So access to internet also a very much problem for them. And in pandemic time, one thing we discovered, there are lots of women, they come in the online business, but that is only based on social media business, and we didn't get any digital money transaction over there. So the thing is, they are taking order from their personal connection, and they provide the service, but then after that, when they deliver the product, they just they make a system like cash on delivery. So there is nothing in digital. So there is a trust issue. So they are still, there is a gap. Actually, the main thing I discovered, the thing is, there is a huge skill gap. So people don't know how can I use my skill in internet, or how can I access the internet, and if I use the internet, what type of problem I will face, and what type of support I will get from the internet use. There is a problem, and financial problem is always there. So because all Asian women depends on their family lead like the man. So that is why there is a problem. And when we are talk with the business women, especially those who are running the tech business and e-commerce business, they gave us one thought that if you can just add a good women friendly policy, because all over the world, every women facing this problem. It's not we are living in a developing country, we are facing this problem. This is not true. All over the world, women are facing the same problem. So people thinking women are not good in the technical things. So they told me, if you can suggest, write in your paper, like we need the actually strong policy for the women, and small policy for the how they can easily access the internet actually. So, and also the pricing issues. So they
Neela,
want, yeah.
1 second. Let's zero in on the financial and entrepreneur digital capacity of the women. Yes. We want to understand, when you're talking about policies that help women do better in business, can you enlighten us the more? We know about the husband issue, we know about the finance issue. What is it? Technical skills? Is it security? In what policy are we adopting that will help women, that would be helpful to us as we capture the notes here at IGF?
Okay, so one thing actually we also discover about the skill gap. So the girls, they want to learn the technical things, but there is a problem. So they are not able to access the schools where we teach the technical knowledge. And another thing is they are not getting support from the family. That's why I'm talking about families, because there is a mindset. The parents thinks girls are not good in the STEM education, so they send them the arts and other education. So there is a problem. So there are lots of girls interested to come in the technical industry, but there is a skill gap, and they are not able to access that. And when we are talk with the young generation, especially like 19 to 24 or 25, they gave us one insight about the cybersecurity. So some girls, they come in the cyber world, but they don't know how to use it. So there is again skill gap. So mostly the thing is we can discover there is a huge skill gap. So we need to work on that. And also the thing is that like in the when we are trying to introduce a new thing in the industry, then we need to give them the proper actually education about that, like how they use the internet, regarding the cyber issues, and how they use their business, and also when they are working in the online, what type of problem they will face. So they everybody highlight these issues to me.
All right, thank you so very much, Neela. There is a member of parliament in this room, Nima. I hope you're listening to us. You're from Tanzania. I'm going to come round to you because you have to speak to us now. The only government person we have here, we're going to hold her ransom until we hear from her. But Amrita, you're welcome. Amrita, so we've seen the skills challenge, we've seen the husband challenge, we've seen the family challenge, we've seen the infrastructure and the business opportunity challenge. We've even seen the myths around women not being able to do well in STEM. We've seen a lot of that, but we want to hear from you. And by the way, where are you? And what have you seen? Please hop on. We want to hear from you, Amrita.
And my apologies for being late. I am in India. I'm close to Achia. So whatever has been said so far and what your report mentions, I would say a +1 to all. But I would like to suggest something, that when we were looking at this entire story, if someone had been looking at this issue 2 years back, the story would have been different, and the story today is very different. When we spoke to, we looked at 2 cities primarily because of the pandemic, 2 places, I would say. We looked at people between different age groups, women of different age groups, 18 to 27 and 27 and above, and socioeconomic group. Those who earn a particular amount and less. So what we found is that due to the pandemic, everyone has been pushed online. They are pushed because, there was a lockdown. People had to use mobile money. Their children had to study online. So they were pushed into the digital environment, whether they liked it or not. Even if it was a very poor person, a small tailor's wife, or, anyone for that matter. Obviously, it depended upon the devices. And I think it was spoken that if there is a shared device, the husband gets first, the children get the second priority to study, and the woman gets later. But when she had to shop for vegetables and had to pay for the vegetables, she needed the mobile to make the payments. So that is how they were pushed into it. So I would say that while there is a digital gender gap, which is very evident, but due to the pandemic, many people have been pushed into it. Whether they are able to access everything they want or not, that is a different thing. That is a concern, whether they are getting meaningful access. But they have been pushed into the digital world. They understand that it is, digital economy, or, transacting online or doing things online has become a way of life. Now, what we found is, you were asking the question some time back as to what do women need to do businesses online. They understand, many of them whom we spoke to, understand the power of being able to sell online, even from social media companies, because it's become very easy, having a store in Facebook, or even, so we found many of them who are doing all this. What we found, and one of the particular person whom we spoke to, is that the groups, there are various social groups, even from government or even, semi-private or private, who actually help them get the skills or help them to get the higher skills. There was a lady who was running a flower business, a florist. When she went online to do transactions, etc., and she wanted to grow her business more, there was an entity who actually helped her to skill herself, and an organization with which she associated, which helped her to increase her market. So what happens is, they also realize that when they go online, when they start transacting online, it helps to get them network, reach out to greater, more, I would say, diverse places, get more opportunities, and become more resourceful. We also found that while women are using internet or using the services on the internet, it's not internet per se, but it can be social media, but other activities, they would want it in their own local language. Today, most of these services, when they start, it may be in a local language, but when it comes to the payment part, it is in English. So that is where the challenge comes. So the end-to-end, if it is available in a local language, it becomes easier for them to understand and actually do. The other thing which we found across all the discussions and across all the kind of people, strata, socioeconomic, or even cities, is women are concerned to place their own opinion online because they will be scrutinized. The trust deficit on the internet is extremely high, So that is where perhaps there needs to be some work. We found that there are government opportunities to help women entrepreneurs, and there is a focus on it. But it needs to be the information of those opportunities need to go to all people. Those who get it are able to avail it and take opportunity of it. But it has to, I would say, permeate and spread more. Because there are facilities which are being given. So I think that is something which needs to be done. In terms of policy, while we have a lot of policies, I think the implementation of policies is important. Enforcement of those policies is important. And I think it is more to do with capacity building. Governments may say that, okay, we want to help women entrepreneurs, we want to make them empowered and youth empowered, etc. But are we making the environment empowering is a question.
Empower the woman, but have an empowering environment as well. Is that correct?
Yes, there has to be an empowering environment. And are there checks and balances to see if the environment is empowering? The government may have a lot of vision, but is it going in the right direction is something which is important.
Right. So I'm going to come to Honorable Nima Lugangira. So finally, Tanzania has a female president, and heavens did not break down in Africa. You need to remain there. Does she need to remain there for the camera? Okay. So Nima, or if you can move around, then move up to the front. Yes, you're on your way to presidency. So you're from Tanzania. Tanzania is a wonderful country in Africa. If you recall, there was the president and the vice president, who is a lady, and the president traveled beyond the digital world, and the vice president stepped in and is effectively the president of this African country. And she's a Muslim woman. She's doing great, and nothing bad has happened in Tanzania. That shows that women who have agency can go all the way. But then, Nima, that's why we're not here. We already know that Tanzania has a female president. But then you hold postcards. You've been very active on Twitter since you were here. Your voice is being heard. My question to you, having listened to all of these women, the husband issue, the skills, the agency, educating women, creating conducive environments. My question to you is, how can we have more Nimas in Tanzania and beyond Tanzania to India, to Bangladesh, to Nigeria, to Cote d'Ivoire, as you've been listening? What can we do? And what can you as an MP raise our voices? How can we raise our voices to the level that they should be heard?
Thank you very much. And like you said, Tanzania went through a very difficult patch where our sitting president passed away. But I think we've also been able to demonstrate that we're a mature democratic country in the sense that there was a shift to power, and we now have a female president, Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, who fortunately is very, very committed to the ICT sector, and she has a huge ambition of developing Center of Excellency in ICT, etc. Now, when it comes to this topic, I think the biggest challenges is oftentimes digital development initiatives take place in the urban areas or commercial cities. In most of our developing countries, at least I know in Tanzania. So they'll be happening in Dar es Salaam or Mwanza, Arusha, the big cities, leaving aside the rural areas. So that's one of the main things that we need to focus on, is to bridge the gaps in the rural. And to do that, you need the rural connectivity. And I was actually very pleased in the earlier session that we linked the issue of connectivity with electricity, because most of the times we forget that in order for people to be online, you need electricity. So when we're talking about the rural connectivity, is to try and get, more people connected to electricity and people to also be online. But then there is the other issue of economic what is the price of the data for people to be able to afford? What is the price of buying the smartphone? Because all of these things hinder the participation. Then there's the issue that everybody else has spoken about, digital literacy, digital skills. But I think to do all of that, we also need to bridge the gap, the digital literacy skills gap of policymakers.
Merci beaucoup. Asante.
And I think often in all of these discussions, we forget the policymakers. We can have very good research, very good findings, very good plans and everything. But when it comes to implementing, or when it comes to the requirement of doing those policy reforms, you need the policymakers to have an understanding. So perhaps my call to action can be, how can we get more policymakers on board? And I've already seen, I myself as a parliamentarian here from Africa, I kind of have a responsibility, and I think all of you will be able to support me on this course to try and get more African parliamentarians on board this agenda. And to do that, so I'm hoping to be able, perhaps through the partnerships with all of you, to identify some potential parliamentarians from different African countries who can, so that we can create our own network and be capacitated such that we are then able to take what's being discussed and translate it in our own countries and make that enabling environment, because at the end of the day, all of this needs policy. I think that's the biggest gap that I see, policymakers.
There is a reason we call our MPs honorable. Honorable, thank you very much. Thank you so very much. I do hope that the organizer of this panel, the Alliance for Affordable Internet, will take these into consideration and put them down so that we actually have a network of parliamentarians who are working on this, and especially the gender digital gap. I'm going to pick on another lady on a personal note, because we've not gone to South America. So buckle up. We will fly from Asia. We will land somewhere in South America and Europe. Marielza, yes, can you pick up the mic and let us know what you think? Come on up. Yes, come on up. She is from the country of
Brazil.
There was a lady president there.
There was.
Who signed into law the famous Marco Civil. Yes. So Marielza is from the country that was a pioneer in digital rights with a woman president. I think we're having a great session out here. Marielza, what's up?
Well, first of all, let me say that it's the first time that I actually address a woman. I'm usually part of, the token woman in a manner, so this is incredibly fantastic. Thank you so much. Well, I have to echo the initial study that was made, on the losses that digital divide, the gender digital divide have created. And to add $17 trillion to that loss, we just concluded, I'm from UNESCO, we just concluded a study with UNESCO, UNICEF, and the World Bank on the losses of future earnings from the generation that was excluded from education, because of the closures. And it's $17 trillion, majority of which is exclusion for girls and young women, simply because they could not access online learning. There was not sufficient connectivity, there was not sufficient skills and capacities on the parts of teachers, schools, and education environments to offer them, a meaningful education so that they can continue their learning process. So $17 trillion, think about this amount of money. That's 17 million, $1,000 billion, in a generation. That's a tremendous amount. And out of this money, can you think of how much investment, how much smaller the investment to connect everyone meaningfully would have been to avoid this tremendous loss. This is unacceptable. You know, we're just throwing the money out the window instead of putting it in the right place. You know, so that's a terrible thing. I also want to mention the work that we do on journalism and protecting women journalists. Safety online was something that was mentioned by, you know, all the other, you know, speakers. And I just want to mention that when we surveyed women journalists, 73% of them told us that they suffer harassment and abuse online, and 20% of them actually said that the harassment and abuse online translate into real world abuse and harassment and threat. So that's, you know, it's a terrible thing that women cannot, you know, exercise their profession online without being victims of this kind of cyber crime, you know, which is essentially, you know, how it should be treated.
Okay.
So just you know, to conclude, you know, on the question that you talked, you know, that you mentioned, that you asked about. That some of us here were talking about in policymaking. The first thing I think that we should be doing is looking at ICT policy to see if it really is including gender issues in the policy making. And if they're not, then of course, building capacities of policymakers to actually think in terms of the divides and the gaps and where they are and what we need to do specifically to address the gaps that exist. So, I mean, this is a fantastic discussion. Thank you for inviting.
Thank you very much. Rochelle is our captioner, and we want to say thank you for the work you've been doing. I see you. You've captioned in English and in French. Thank you very much. Someone here came in quietly and thinks that I didn't see her. She organizes the Women IGF in her country. Being a MAG member, is the chair of the Africa MAG, Mary Uduma. What have you heard? You've been along with women. You've been there from day zero. What can we do? What do you have to tell us? Ma, come right up here.
Okay, all right.
Yes, you are fit to be a president at this time. You've done enough.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. And I just want to say that I want to echo all that we have said here, and I want to paint a picture. We organized a sub-regional, a sub-national IGF in one of the cities in Nigeria, in the north.
Interesting.
So when we went for that IGF, sub-national IGF, the women had to paint a very ugly picture for me to say that I'm not helping. Why are they still not there? A woman had posted her picture on Facebook, and she was divorced. Because
hang on, someone was divorced because she put up her photo on Facebook.
That's it.
And the husband is still free and moving around?
Oh, the husband is free and moving around. Why not? So that's one. The second thing is that some women don't even want to hear internet because it is bad, it is devilish, it is anti-culture because of our culture. So they don't want their children to even touch the internet. One woman told me, Madam, we don't like the internet. It is bad. It brings a lot of bad behaviors to our children. Our children learn the wrong things from the internet. So what am I saying? Empowerment of the women by educating them rightly in their own language will be very, very important. The second thing is that there are some women that even if you teach them, they don't want. They don't want to be part of your teaching or skill building or anything. There are some that are, that are catching up and doing more things, like we had the report from Nigeria. But there are some of them in Puda, you can't see them. And so how do you reach them?
Please, what is Puda?
That is those that are not, the women that are not to be seen. They are in their husband's house. It's only their husband that will be seen. If you get to their family, you don't see them. They cover their faces. So it took another woman who is in Puda to get to them, an enlightened person. And that's how they built a trust. Is Akim Ajijola's wife. You know Akim Ajijola. So it took her, they had trust in her to come in and speak to their women, talk to them about internet. So we can also look at the influencers. Who are the influencers that could influence some of the things we want to do?
Social and cultural influencers,
yes,
who can reach to these women.
Yes,
right.
Yes,
that's a very important point. We have 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mary, and thank you for the work you are doing in Nigeria and with the women. We are privileged to have the executive director of the Alliance for Affordable Internet. We have 5 more minutes. We are not calling on you as a woman. We've had enough women here, but we are calling on you as the ED of the A4AI. You convened us here. We would like to hear a few words before we wrap up. And before then, I'd like to say, Amrita, thank you in India. Audrey, thank you in Abidjan. Tokwe, thank you in Lagos, Nigeria. And Nila, thank you in Dhaka, Bangladesh. For those who do not know, I'm also a woman, just so you know. I also want to have my own voice heard. And I live in the same city with Audrey. It's called Abidjan in Côte d'Ivoire. We speak French in that country. And if you can see that Audrey is one of our exceptional women because she can express herself in English. It is not all of our women that can express themselves in the #1 language of the world, as people have said. The language factor is something. The cultural factor is something. We've talked about the husband factor. Some people who live in places think these things are very light. If a woman is in Puda and only the man can speak for her, if the woman is financially enslaved and can only have access to that which the man says she can have access to, so her access level becomes subsidiary to the desires of her husband, and access or not becomes a measure of sovereignty of the husband. So while we're talking about national digital sovereignty, please add husband digital sovereignty. I don't know if that exists, but you people who are doing research will note that. Earlier on, we spoke to someone in this room who doesn't want to pick up the mic, but who is a student, who was a student in Warsaw, but now in Katowice studying online. This happens everywhere. Women's lives are being affected by connectivity. And so while we express our thoughts in this town hall meeting, we also hope for better ways to make women comfortable, secure, and meaningfully connected, because we cannot be losing money as a global economy because our women are either not connected or not meaningfully connected or are not safe and secure when they get online, or that our lawmakers do not understand the need to take care of these problems. It is hopeful that this town hall session will help us advance in our thinking. And when you see someone that says that a woman cannot, please say, I met a woman MP who is doing things. I met a woman who is doing 1 or 2 things, and please give them the names of women who do wonderful things. And so we are going to hand over to the ED of A4AI. Please come and give us your blessing anyhow you want it. Thank you, Sonia.
Thank you, Nina. You're very kind. You don't need my blessing. What I want to say is that this discussion is just a really wonderful representation of not just the incredible diversity of views, but at the same time, the similarity of challenges that women face across the world. There were so many identical concerns that were raised by Amrita, by Audrey, by Neela, and all of you here in the room. And I think what unites us here, I guess that's also the theme of IGF this year, but what unites us here is really our commitment to change and our commitment to not just gender equality in general, but digital equality. And so I want to say also that I am so proud of our team. I'm so proud of Anna's presentation and the work that she's done and that she shared with us. Teddy, Carmen, Nene, you, and all of our friends and partners that are here, including Mary, Nima, Marielsa, and more, that we are here because we care. And there's so much more work to be done, but we are not tired. We just think we are tired. We're going to continue to work hard, to fight the fight, and continue to really do work that we hope will change the world. And I think that's really important. So I just want to say, from a positive note, to me today, it's yet another moment of inspiration, but also such pride for not just working with all of you amazing people that are fighting the fight that needs to be fought in the world, but also the fact that we are not going to give up. And next year we're going to be here, and throughout the year we're going to work together to change these pictures, so the next time when Anna presents again another of our amazing research projects that she'll be leading with us, we'll have more progress than the 1.6 than you mentioned in your presentation. Right. So let's hope for that. A lot of work to be done. And thank you all for being here. Thank you to those who are online. Also engage with our team, reach out. And if you are doing work that is relevant for this area, let's bring it all together and support each other. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And Nena, you are a star and you are wonderful in bringing us all together. This is a true town hall.
Muchas gracias, señora. Thank you, Rochelle. Thank you to our technical team. Thank you to everyone. 16 days of activism may be winding down. We may still be oranging the world, but then keep it up there. There is digital equality, there is gender equality, there is digital gender equality. My name is Nena. I come from the internet, and I wish you a great weekend. Cheers.
We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Good morning. My name is Bertrand Moulier. I represent the International Federation of Film Producers Associations. We're going to start in a second. Just waiting for feedback from the IGF moderator. If you give me a minute. Are we ready to roll? Okay, well, thank you very much. I will make a start then. Bear with me. So good morning, I'm Bertrand Moulier. I'm representing the International Federation of Film Producers Associations, which is, the anagram is FIAPF, it's the French anagram. FIAP membership is made up of audiovisual producers associations from 29 countries currently, from throughout the world. Our constituency is made up of producers of the entire range of audiovisual productions. So that's films, TV programs, other audiovisual programs for online only, etc. We currently have national member organizations in Poland, Argentina, Canada, China, Germany, India, Japan, Nigeria, Russia, Turkey, the UK, the USA, etc. We also have informal working relationships with quite a few more producers organizations around the world, most of which, and that's important to us, are in countries with emergent audiovisual production capability and industries. And I'll come back to that later. So we meet regularly to discuss global issues. We speak with one voice on all developments in technologies, laws and regulations that directly or indirectly affect our ability, the ability of our industries to remain economically sustainable. So being sustainable, let me say what we mean by that. It's not just about balancing the books. Being sustainable is having sufficient resources available to enable us and our creative businesses enterprises to play our part fully in fostering dynamic cultural exchanges everywhere and reflecting how people live and what occupies their hearts and minds. So in the next 15 minutes or so, I will talk a little bit about what audiovisual producers do in their lives, in their working lives. I will then discuss how the growth of the internet and that of the audiovisual content production sector are closely linked and why it matters for the UN and its member states to incentivize our sector synchronously with the internet infrastructure and services. Pardon me. I will end with a shopping list of principles that we hope will help lead to more joined up approaches to policies and incentives based on a better understanding of what a sustainable local audiovisual content production ecosystem can do for the growth of internet and vice versa. On Tuesday this week, in an IGF lightning talk, it was 5 p.m., 6 p.m. rather, this week on Tuesday, I was in conversation with Sarah Migwi. Sarah is the CEO of Protel Studios. Protel is based in Nairobi, Kenya. From there, Sarah and her team produce audiovisual content designed to reflect the local cultural conversation, the social political issues that affect ordinary people in Kenya, what their dreams and aspirations may be, what angers them, what scares them, what makes them laugh, what gives them hope, how they fall in love or out of love, how they handle family relations and life's many transitions. Like all film and TV and digital program producers everywhere in the world, Sarah is first and foremost a storyteller. Before she and her team can shoot a single frame of a TV drama series or a sitcom, they will have spent months, sometimes years, considering ideas that best reflect, amplify, and dramatize life as it is lived in a richly complex and multicultural setting that is contemporary Kenya. And she and her team will have hired writers who can give dramatic shape and direction to the storylines and the characters. And they'll have cast the actors, appointed the directors, and hopefully convinced local TV channels or online platforms to buy the finished product of this long and complex and costly and risky creative gestation. So this is what happened with Protel's very successful comedy half-hour. I think it's a half-hour format. Yes, The Real House Helps of Kawangware, which they developed in the company at their own cost and risk. The show, which went on air for the first time in 2014, was an immediate hit with Kenyan viewers. That it is still running today attests to its lasting appeal. The colorful and often comical house helps of the title endeared themselves with Kenyan viewers because they echoed their own lives, the social mores, the hypocrisies, and also the fun, the joy and generosity manifest in so many so-called ordinary lives. In the show, characters speak mostly Sheng. It's an urban Kenyan patois made up of various linguistic influences and that people use as a sort of lingua franca in the streets of Nairobi and other big cities. We see here the importance of audiovisual works in maintaining the buoyancy of local languages. Much further to the northwest of where Sarah Migwi and her dynamic creative team live and work, we find Mohammed Hefzi. Mohammed is Egyptian and runs a very prolific Cairo-based business, making feature films and series for television or VOD streamers. His company is called Film Clinic. Film Clinic is also a distribution company that commercializes the films Mohammed and his team make. Excuse me. They distribute them in the Arab world, its vast diaspora as well, and in the world at large. Most business model may be quite different from Sarah's. He makes mostly feature films designed for the cinema as the initial release market, where she makes television drama, sitcoms, lifestyle programs, sports programs, all of which are for television and OTT platforms. But that's about all the difference between them. Like Sarah, Mohammed too is a storyteller, first and foremost. Like Sarah, Mohammed will spend a long time, years sometimes, developing an idea for a film, taking it through a complex and costly story outline and script writing process, all without guarantee that he will eventually be able to raise the funds necessary for the project to become a reality and a finished product you can enjoy. For 4 years, between 2013 and 2016, Mohammed Hefzi and his company got behind a vision of a young, committed writer-director called Mohammed Diab. The resulting film, financed through an international co-production, painstakingly put together by Mohammed Hefzi and his team, and involving Egypt, Germany, and France, was the multiple award-winning film Clash. The title says it all. It all takes place inside a police van during a demonstration in Cairo, in which a confrontation between two opposite sides descends into violence. Locked up inside the van, a small number of demonstrators from both sides slowly learn to come to terms with their differences. The film had a character of political and moral urgency. At its heart was a striking plea for fractious groups in a divided country to find a pathway to necessary dialogue and the renewal of social cohesion, or at least some of it. The texture of the film Clash was local, but like so many other good works, from humble TV sitcoms to feature films made by committed authors, its content had and still has universal relevance. Now, I could go on like this because the two examples I've just given can all too easily be multiplied by looking at what audiovisual producers do and the essential social and cultural role they perform all over the world, not just in Kenya or Egypt or the Middle East. But what, may you ask, could any of this possibly have to do with IGF's preoccupation with the development, governance, and regulation of the global internet? Well, let me give you an idea. We are, that's we, the audiovisual sector, as I've just established, the storytellers. Now, we don't have a monopoly on stories. Of course we don't. Nobody does. Cultures perish when only the few control and dictate the stories that define and animate them. But through the mastery of the complex professional skills required to make audiovisual works to the high standard expected by consumers, people such as Sarah Migwi and Mohammed Hefzi are especially well placed to imagine, conceive, and give audiovisual form to stories to be enjoyed both by the many and the few. As storytellers, we use any new technology and the business models it spawns to the same end, communicating to as many people as possible the stories we've put in audiovisual form. In what follows, I will briefly, very briefly, outline core principles and policy priorities that we at FIAF and in the wider global community of audiovisual producers wish to see established and implemented. We believe these principles and priorities are fully aligned with the UN Millennial Development Goals and the Sustainable Development Goals. We believe these principles and the policies they should inspire would help ensure our industry is able to make the best possible use of internet and its enhanced power of dissemination. And in doing so, it will be properly empowered itself to fulfill its role as a facilitator for cultural exchange and social cohesion in this extraordinarily successful technology for the sharing of knowledge and culture. So the first principle is that internet growth and this sustainable audiovisual production are conjoined factors, as I said at the beginning. We need, therefore, to have joined up policies to reflect this fact. It is indeed an established fact everywhere in the world that people's appetite for audiovisual works, be they factual or fiction, be they entertainment or education or both, sometimes entertainment can be educational, drives the demand for internet connections. Mohammed, Sarah, and the other storytellers who take the huge creative and business risks I described above need to be active participants in the development of the internet globally and in the expansion of its social and cultural impact. We want in, not out. And we want all stakeholders in the global internet to include us in the formulation of meaningful governance principles and policies. The fact that audiovisual content made by the professional industry is a strategic driver for internet growth is still only very poorly reflected in local and international policies and regulations. There is in fact considerable lack of joined up policies to ally stimulus measures for internet connectivity and uptake and the incentivizing of sustainable domestic audiovisual content production. It is really as if the two existed in separate silos policy-wise. So we urge governments and the multilateral system to consider the need for integrating and combining incentives for internet growth with incentives for the development of sustainable local audiovisual content production. Again, what we mean by, excuse me, again, what we mean by sustainable in this instance is an ecosystem in which producers of audiovisual content are able to make a career out of making and disseminating works that are culturally, linguistically, and socially relevant to the cultures in which they participate, and may also help break down barriers between cultures as content travels across borders. Excuse me. The second thing is, of course, the need for universal broadband. Now, ubiquitous connectivity and quality connectivity are shared goals for all stakeholders at IGF. Of course, the audiovisual production sector unreservedly supports the IGF goal of connectivity for all people everywhere. Improved and expanded connectivity translates into growing opportunities for producers and their creative and distribution partners to reach new users and to satisfy the runaway demand for quality culture, entertainment, and education. The third important policy principle is safety and security online. This, as we've seen, has been a salient issue on the discussion of this IGF as well as past editions of the annual IGF. Consumers, businesses, and governments must trust that their safety and security are protected online for the internet economy to continue to grow and for its social dividends to pay off. IP protection, intellectual property protection, is an essential part of users' safety and security. It is a fallacy to suggest that copyright and other IP rights are for the privileged few. These laws and regulations protect all creations of the spirit everywhere, including audiovisual works. They protect small companies as well as large companies. They enable small audiovisual entrepreneurs such as Sarah Migwi and Mohammed Hefsi, but also the thousands of our producers working with vision and passion every day around the world to convert their team's talent and hard work into creative assets that can sustain them and the jobs that they have created locally. But IP laws are only as effective as those who use them. We therefore call on governments and the UN to place more emphasis, far more emphasis, on training and education for people in the creative industries, and in particular, the audiovisual sector, as being especially IP intensive and complex. A piece of audiovisual content is nearly always a complex aggregation of various IP rights, and it is vital that producers who bear the brunt of the legal and economic responsibility for making the content should be aware of the importance of chain of title and copyright and other IP rights documentation. In this way, they will be able to ensure the creative assets they generate are duly protected and valued for the benefit of all creative participants in audiovisual work. So a call here for far more training efforts to be deployed. The next principle is freedom of expression. Now, free expression is critical, to the creative industries as vehicles for the cultural conversation and its broader implications in the field of social life and political debate. However, we also recognize the precept that of necessity, the right to free expression is not absolute. There are long-standing limitations on expression where it impinges on the rights of others and their integrity, e.g., hate speech or incitation to racial violence, for instance. And these limitations need to be exercised consistently with international standards everywhere. Similarly, we oppose any internet service justifying inaction in the face of intellectual property rights violation by instrumentalizing or hiding behind the spurious freedom of expression defense. The next principle is that the internet is not the only future for audiovisual distribution. We need to maintain the diversity of media and modes of consumption. Although the importance of audiovisual content as a driver for internet development is a well-documented fact, this should not mean that governments and the multilateral system should consider that the future of the audiovisual economy is necessarily destined to be entirely online. Audiovisual content production is inherently risky, requiring considerable upfront investment and sunk costs, with very little possibility of forecasting revenue from the exploitation of the rights in the finished film or audiovisual content. In order to exist and to thrive as a cultural sector, we need a diversity of production formats and distribution opportunities. This diversity benefits consumers too, because they then have a greater choice of media and platforms with a range of options and pricing points compatible with the variations in spending power, depending on where in the world you are. This means, for instance, that public policies and incentives should also be focused on the long-term viability of audiovisual media other than online. Linear broadcast TV is proving extraordinarily resilient despite the false predictions of its imminent demise by online determinists. Cinemas also, and despite the damaging hiatus caused by the COVID emergency, remains a popular form of consumption of single audiovisual works and the important launch market for many films that also builds awareness amongst audiences for future online exploitation on legal offers. You only have to look at what's happening in Nigeria, where actually the number of films, of cinemas are growing, and more so-called Nollywood films premiere in Nigerian cinemas. Finally, we support the need for sound internet governance structures, and that's the ultimate objective behind incentivizing and governing the internet should be to promote a safe and secure global communications environment based on the rule of law, transparency, and accountability. The public interest should be foremost in the minds of all IGF stakeholders, with the protection of internet users and consumers especially prominent, as I've outlined further up. FIAP and its constituent members are committed to open, transparent, multi-stakeholder processes to meet this goal. IGF can, and already does, play an important part in such a process. We believe that to be successful, all members of the internet community must be meaningfully involved in fostering rights and responsibilities, community norms, and the protection of core values such as respect for the consumer, connectivity for all, security, all principles I was outlining earlier on. IGF support, and I'll finish with this, to the inclusion of the audiovisual sector and other creative industries is encouraging, and it should be expanded in years to come in view of the well-documented connection, which I've outlined twice, between internet infrastructures and services growth and the demand for local and global audiovisual content. Now, Finally, if you wish to know and understand more about the audiovisual production sector, you can visit our website. If you just Google FIAP, www.fiap.org, that's F for Freddy, IAP, F for Freddy.org, you will find resources there. We've just finished updating the website design and functionalities, and we'll be launching a new version within the next few weeks, where you'll be able to find many useful resources, including policy papers, but also short video interviews with working audiovisual content producers from all over the world. So I thank you for your attention and wish you a successful conclusion to this 2021 edition of IGF. I also thank on FIAP's behalf all the tireless staff at the IGF Secretariat for their support. And if there are any questions or points, please unmute and talk to us. We have about 10 minutes, well, a bit less than 10 minutes left now.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hello again. This is Marcus. I'm the chair of the executive committee of the IGF SA. And we just had a chat from one of our executive members who can't find the way into the room. Jennifer, can you send him the link? So this is our annual event. The General Assembly is the highest body of the association. And I checked again our bylaws, and we don't need a quorum. The decisions by the General Assembly are valid regardless of how many people are participating. Jennifer, can you show the agenda? Thank you. This is the agenda I had sent out end of last month. And but before we adopt the agenda, I would like to honor our executive committee member who tragically passed away earlier this year, Makan Faye. Thanks for showing this picture. And I would like us to pay tribute to him by observing a minute of silence. Thank you for joining me in this minute of silence. Thank you. Can we switch back then to the agenda to begin our orderly business? This is the job we have to do, to be in order with our bylaws. General Assembly is not particularly exciting. The only exciting agenda item, so to speak, is the Executive Committee election for new members of the Executive Committee. I would therefore suggest reversing the order and dealing with the Executive Committee election immediately after adoption of the agenda. And all the other items are required by our bylaws. We have to approve the summary record of last year's General Assembly. We have to adopt the contents of the reports and financial statements and approve of the annual budget. We have then also a discussion more in depth on fundraising. And lastly, we have to decide on a modification of the Articles of Association that had sent out a recommendation by the Executive Committee in this regard. And finally, we have to release of obligations of the Executive Committee members. That means they're not held legally responsible for anything that happened during the year. It is the membership that assumes the responsibility. And if you have time, we can discuss any other business. With that, can I take it that we approve the agenda as proposed by the Executive Committee, and also with the reversal of the order I have just suggested? Unless I hear no objection, unless I hear any objection, I consider then this agenda as approved. And I see positive signs in the chat, and we had more members joining. I also say greatly honored. I also see Vince Cerf. I think you should be made honorary member of the association. I think you have assisted every single General Assembly we have held so far. Thanks for doing that. And I see also hands up from Chris. So we have this agenda approved as it stands. With that, we come to agenda item 3, that is the elections. And I will hand over to Jameson Olufuye, who is our outgoing member and who served as election officer. Please, Jameson. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Marcos, and greetings to every one of us, and welcome. My name, again, is Jameson Olufuye, Africa ICT Alliance and Contemporary Consulting, outgoing executive committee member and the election officer for the 2021 election cycle. Please permit me to use this opportunity to just say a few words before I announce the outcome of the election. Since this might be my last official speech, maybe after the presentation of the report, financial report. So I would like to thank my colleagues in the Executive Committee for their cooperation and hard work in delivering on the IGFSA mandate. And many thanks to you, the IGF community, for your interest in stepping forward to put your money where your mouth is by paying your dues regularly and by donating generously to our cause and by standing for election. I have no doubt that we will all continue to press forward with our objectives because we are still far from our goal of an internet governance that enhance prosperity, peace, and security in our world, even though we can be proud that we have made some progress. Again, thank you to those that put their names forward for election. And now to the outcome of the election. The 2021 IGFSA Executive Committee election was concluded at 12 a.m. today in accordance with the election format and procedures published on the IGFSA website. The original election started at November 26, 2021 at 12 a.m. UTC, and all ballots were unfortunately spoiled prior to completion due to incomplete candidacy list. We had to do a quick reset and started at December 3rd, 2021 at 11:30 p.m. And we finished that, as I said earlier, December 10, 2021, that's today at 12 a.m. I really want to thank you for your cooperation. Well, about 33 ballots were cast and were sent out, and 28 were cast out of the 33. And we have the following candidates that put their names forward, as also reflected on our website. Fiona Asonga, Amrita Chaudhry, Marietta Hester Husin, Fort John Costa, K. Mohan Raidu, Lawrence Olawale Roberts, Olusegun H. Ulugbile. And here are the results. Fiona Asonga got 9 votes, that is 17.3%. Amrita Chaudhry got 10 votes, that's 19.2%. And Arietta Esther Husin, 22 votes, got 42.3%. And Fotcom Costa got 3 votes, that's 5.8%. And K. Mohan Raidu, 1 vote, that's 1.9%. Lawrence Olawale Roberts, 1 vote, 1.9%. Finally, Olusegun Ulugbile got 6 votes and 11.5%. So with this outcome, we have as elected and the winner, they are Arietta Esther Husin and Amrita Chaudhry with 42.3% and 19.2% vote respectively. So thank you so much for the opportunity to conduct this election. I want to also appreciate the Secretariat for doing, and the technical team for doing a good job. Back to you, Marcos.
Thank you, Jameson, very much. Thank you for this diligent overseeing of the election process, and congratulations to our new executive committee members, Henriette and Amrita. We're all very pleased to welcome you among ourselves. And I would also take this opportunity to thank the other candidates who showed the interest and who submitted their statements of interest. I wonder, I think I see both of our new executive committee members are present, either online or on site. So I would kindly invite them to say a few words. Henriette, are you in the room? I suppose so.
Hi, Marcus. Good morning to Marcus and everyone else in IGFSA. And this is really an honor. I think not really a deserved honor. I've not been that active in the IGF Support Association, even though I've always supported it. And I think we first started thinking of this idea during the working group on IGF improvements. At that time, I was still APC executive director, and I was too busy with that. And then I became MAG chair. But my term as MAG chair is over. And so when I was asked to stand for this executive committee position, I did it, with that in mind, that I will have time. And I really believe so much in what IGF Support Association is doing. And I look forward to, helping with fundraising. It's a horrible task, but it's something I've done for most of my career. And I just hope that I can make a contribution. So I look forward to working with you all. And thanks for the confidence in me. I think I deserve it less because I haven't been so active as others of you, but I will try and make up for it. Back to you, Marcus.
Thank you very much, Henriette. You're most welcome as a new executive committee member, and we all look forward to learn from your wisdom and your experience. And the second new executive member is Amrita. Are you in the room as well, or are you online?
I am online, Marcus, and thank you very much for, kind of electing me. I am new to this, to IGFSA. I have never been part of it. So I hope to learn from all of you and help in, meeting the objectives which IGFA is all about. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita. I mean, new perspectives are always welcome, and sometimes new eyes see things differently, and we will forward also to work with you and to learn from you. And I think the election results is also positive results. It's enhances our geographical diversity, and it definitely improves our gender balance of the executive committee. So I think that is a very welcome result. With that, then I think we can move on to our orderly agenda. And next item is the approval of the summary record of the last General Assembly. The summary record has been posted on the website. I don't know whether you had time to look at it, but Jennifer, can you maybe walk us through it? It's up on the screen here.
Yes, thank you, Marcus. My name is Jennifer Chung, Secretary for the IGFSA. So this has been posted on the IGFSA website and also circulated to the membership when the details of the General Assembly was sent out to the mailing list. I'm not sure if you're able to see my screen. Oh, it's still just showing.
We can see it.
Okay. It's still just showing the PowerPoint, but let me see if I can drop the link in the chat. I thought I was smart and put it in the link, but
no, we can see it.
Oh, okay, good. All right, so it's really just a very simple summary record of our General Assembly last year. There is a recording of the live stream, as all the IGF sessions are recorded and archived for, I guess, record keeping. I don't want to go through the entire thing and take up too much time, but the agenda was set out pretty much the same as the agenda we have today. We had it in a virtual setting, as the IGF was in a virtual setting last year. We had Avri Doria, who was our previous IGFSA Executive Committee to serve as our elections officer last year. And she presided over the elections last year, which resulted in 5 new EC members. I'm sorry, 4 new EC members and 1 returning EC member. And they are respectively Ms. Joyce Chen, Mr. Brian Cute, Mr. Wisdom Donker, Mr. Christopher Mondini, and our returning EC member is Mr. Nigel Hickson. We also went through the adoption of the contents of the report from last year and financial statements, and we approved the annual budget. There was a discussion item on fundraising and crowdfunding. There was the release of obligations of previous executive committee members and also AOB. So that is just a brief overview of the summary record of the 2021 General Assembly of IGFSA. Back to you, Marcus.
Thank you, Jennifer, for producing also the summary record and for introducing it. Are there any comments? If not, can I take it that we are all in accordance and we approve the summary record of last year's General Assembly? I see positive signs from the US. Vint Cerf's signed that he approves. So no objection, no comments, so then it is approved unanimously as is in previous years. And can we go then to the next agenda item? That's the annual report. And again, over to you, Jennifer, to walk us through it.
Thank you, Marcus. With this one, I think I should actually share the actual document and walk us through a little more in little more detail. So let me unshare this and reshare. Okay, here you go. And Kelvin, if you can just drop that URL into the chat room for our Zoom participants as well, that would be great. Thank you. So here is the annual report of the IGFSA activities that was carried out between the last General Assembly and today. It covers, of course, as I just mentioned that, we have the structures of the association, which remains pretty much unchanged. As mentioned before, it was the previous General Assembly was carried out on the 2nd of November, 2020, and it was done in a virtual setting. We had over 60 IGFSA members and observers who attended solely via remote participation. And this year we have both in person here in Katowice and online on Zoom. I mentioned previously also in the summary record, we had the 4 candidates who were elected to the IGFSA Executive Committee. I will not repeat their names here again. And we had a returning EC member who came back to serve with us on the EC. And here you can see the full slate of the 2020 to 2021 IGFSA Executive Committee. And I will go on. We had a very prolific year this year. The executive committee had 19 meetings over the course of this year, and this does not include the committee meetings that dealt with fundraising, which was a small group, and there was also another small group who dealt with communications and strategy. The executive committee is supported by a secretary and a secretariat. And we have retained an IGFSA accountant, Michael Parrott, to assist us with all the accounting and banking issues. For the membership, we have 2 categories of membership. In 2021, we have received 5 new members and 1 new organizational member, bringing the total to 256 registered members. The executive committee admitted the following new individual members. You see the list here: Amrita Chowdhury, Henriette Esterhuizen, K. Mohan Raidu, Olusegun Olublie, Lydia Best. And then we also admitted the following new organizational member, which is the European Internet Forum. We have a more in-depth agenda item on fundraising, but the figures here are for 2021, we received a total of 114 $1,473 and 18 cents in contributions. This was done, this figure was computed as of 14th of October this year. And while membership fees are not the primary source of funding to fulfill our mission, we also received in part of this total $1,973.18 as membership dues and individual donations. Here you can see a breakdown of all the contributions received as of the 15th of November of this year. We received $30,000 from Google earmarked for accessibility, $30,000 from ICANN, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. We have received $50,000 US dollars from the Number Resources Organization. We've also received 2,500 US dollars from the ICANN business constituency. And as previously mentioned, we also received a sum from our individual membership fees. So that brings us to the total you can see on screen here. As before, the budget and allocations of funds is decided at the General Assembly and by the membership. And we have prioritized this in a flexible manner, especially giving seed funding to NRIs in the developing world. We seek a high priority to strengthen and promote exchange and collaboration with the NRI network. So as part of this priority this year, IGFSA has contributed a total of 20,000 US dollars to the NRI. 3,000 were allocated to the 2 regional and sub-regional IGFs, $15,000 to the 9 separate national initiatives, 2,000 US dollars were awarded to the youth initiatives, bringing up the total contributions to the NRIs to date to 499,000 US dollars. And this is the current funding situation as of 15 November this year. This is the projected funds allocation for 2022. As previous years, we have done the 10,000 US dollars to the UN IGF Trust Fund. We anticipate also having 60,000 US dollars for the national and regional IGFs. The 30,000 is still allocated for the accessibility fund. And then there's the projected administrative expenses, which include the fees from the secretariat, the accountant fees, and also our bank fees, as you can see there on your screen. So as I mentioned before, this year as well, we have made a contribution of 10,000 US dollars to the UN IGF Trust Fund, which brings up the total of our contributions to date to 300,000 US dollars. And here there's a breakdown in detail of which of the national and regional initiatives and youth initiatives that we have approved funding for. We have approved funding for the Central Asia IGF, Eurodeg, Armenia IGF, Chad IGF, Lebanon IGF, Guatemala IGF, Ghana IGF, Kenya IGF, IGF Cameroon, Uganda IGF. And here we also have a NRI that is having its pilot meeting this year, Comoros IGF, and 2 youth initiatives, Youth IGF Argentina and also Youth IGF Ukraine. So at the top of the page here that you see this, the 4 national IGFs were approved for a higher sum than the others because they also contain a youth component in their program. And the IGFSA EC felt that it is good to encourage these developments, especially in the regional, the national IGFs that don't already have this component. So the Accessibility Fund, the contribution from Google was earmarked for enhancing the accessibility of the IGF, and this fund is set up for this purpose. The contribution of 10,000 and $440.90 was used for providing real-time transcription in the intersessional calls of the IGF's multi-stakeholder advisory group and also the dynamic coalitions. So I'm actually almost at the end of this report. I think you're probably quite bored of listening to my voice. This year, we did something special, I think, because of all the different meetings that we've had. We established a small group within the EC to look at value propositions for donors. Various targeted efforts and messages and presentations were made to different stakeholder groups and constituency groups to broaden the donor base. And you can already see, as I mentioned previously, we've also received a donation from the ICANN business constituency as part of this effort. You'll hear more from the EC members who are headlining this particular effort in a little bit. And we also, the EC and the Secretariat used a lot of the virtual NRI meetings that were held this year to promote the association, raise awareness, and recruit new members. And finally, we kind of piloted a new quarterly IGFSA newsletter, which we launched in June of this year to inform members about developments in the internet governance sphere. And we also showcased some small and short video interviews from the IGFSA community to showcase donors, to showcase the national regional initiatives that have received support from us, and also to kind of showcase our new IGFSA EC members to introduce them to the community if they are not already known. And I think we will probably start our new quarterly newsletter with introducing our 2 new EC members. So this is my overview of the report. Back to you, Marcus.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, for this comprehensive overview. Are there any questions? Yes, there's a hand up. Abdeljali Baha, please.
So, hi everyone. So my name is Abdejalil Basharbong. So I'm the former members of IGF-SA. So I will come back again here. So thank you for the presentation. I was the annual report. So I think that congratulations for that. So you do a good job. So congratulations to our members and our secretariat. It's so hard, because with COVID, writing the report, coordinating people, coordinating NRI is not so easy. So my suggestion is that as we have some emerging school of internal governance, so how IGF-SA can support this kind of school of internal governance. And other side also about capacity building, because we cannot only waiting to organize our annual meeting, but there's some requests locally about doing some capacity building. So in this case, how IGF-SA can be flexible on that. So thank you so much. I'm representing IGF chat, and thank you for your support on this year and your support. Without your support, we cannot do the event. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that. And I think your point is well taken. And my suggestion would be to put it on the agenda of our next meeting, or the first meeting of the executive committee, the newly constituted. And the summer school so far we have not supported on internet governance, but there's certainly something worth considering. And one of our new members, I know Henriette, is heavily involved in the African summer school scene. So this is, I mean, the question is always the availability of resources. And unfortunately, and we can get back to that on the fundraising, we could do with having more resources at our disposal. But I think we listened to you, and your proposal is well received. And also, I think we noted with thanks that our contribution helped you with your own national IGF. Are there other comments, questions? If not, can we then approve the report as presented and go to the next agenda item?
Thank you, Marcus. I think we come from a long way. My name is Naza Nicholas from Tanzania IGF, and I am not a member or anything. I've just sneaked in to listen to your annual general meeting. But I would like to appreciate your support on behalf of Tanzania IGF, and also I would like to second the idea of that was brought by the Chad, Basha, that if we would consider supporting also the School of Internet Governance. Why? It is because the School of Internet Governance is where we are trying to groom young people into participation of the process, in the process of the IGF, regional, global, and the national. So to us, the schools are actually the breeding ground for the young people, women and girls and boys, to be able to learn the multi-stakeholder processes, the infrastructure stuff, and all that. So when they come to IGF, they have something concrete to be able to contribute. Last is the I would like to, on the issue of fundraising. I would like you to be able to expand your...
May I interrupt you with your indulgence? We have fundraising as a separate agenda item, then you can come back to it, and you're most welcome to join the discussion. But right now, I think that we can just do our regular business and adopt the summary record. And I see the room is actually filling up. How many people are in the room there? Unfortunately, it's a bit frustrating. We don't really see so much who's in the room. Oh, thank you for giving us a better picture, yes. That's the first.
Hi, let me introduce myself.
I think I recognized you, yes, you're most welcome.
I just wanted to bring up something, and perhaps it's an item for a future. I noticed how few people voted compared to the number of members we have. Now, when I was one of you, I never did anything about it and I never worried about it. I'm wondering, is the percentage decreasing? Is it something that perhaps we should include in future reports, and perhaps even something we should do something about? Thanks.
Thank you. I think your concern was also mine. I was also negatively surprised when I saw the numbers, but I think it's the online process does not make it easier. When we had physical meetings, there were a lot of people who came at the last minute and paid their membership fees and wanted to vote, whereas here they had to vote, had to pay the membership dues beforehand in order to be eligible. And again, thank you to the Secretariat to running the process so smoothly, but I think it also is a bit of a deterrent for people to participate. But it's definitely a point to look into. The point is well taken. We have not that many members who can be considered to be members in good standing, that is, members who have actually paid their membership dues. But this, I think, happens to many associations. It's very difficult to mobilize people, and in an online setting even more so. But anyway, great to see you, Avri. And with that, can we adopt the report as presented? And I see Vint suggests that we should, and I can't hear any objection, so I take it that the report is adopted as presented. And we also need to approve the financial statements. A lot of that was included already in the report, but I hand over to our treasurer, his last duty as outgoing executive committee member. Jimson, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Marcus. Maybe I will just share my screen now so that you could follow with me. Okay. Okay, here we are. And let me use the opportunity again to appreciate the ESCOM for putting me to be your treasurer while on the executive committee. And it's a pleasure to have served. And as I bow out, I present my last report. Much of this has been captured in Jennifer's presentation. But this is how it is as at 15/11/2021. This report is being presented following Article 16 of our charter, charter of the association, indicating that we derive our resources from membership dues, contribution provided by membership, public and private donations, grants, fees, and other payments, in-kind contributions and support, and our own assets. So we have three accounts: the USD account, the Swiss franc account, and the Euro account. So this is the opening balance as at 9/10/2020 with respect to the last AGM reporting. So from that time to this moment, that is 15/11, this is what we have exactly. And these are the details in the three accounts. As mentioned, accessibility fund, is drawn down to 18,450.75 USD. And in the US account is 71,708.22 dollars. Swiss franc account 1,336.91, and Euro account 1,538.28. Yes, total expenses 63,221.64, and indeed updated NIR disbursement 26,000 USD. UN Trust Fund contribution 10,000. This was for between the last reporting and now, and that 15/11. After 15/11, we have already disbursed another one, which will be reported at the next AGM. So for accessibility captioning, this is as reported, accountant's fee for 4,211.57 cents, and total bank charges 569.18. Secretariat fees 12,000 USD. And then total income is $114,473.18. We appreciate Google funding for accessibility 30,000. The Numbers Resource Organization, NRO, very consistent 50,000. The Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Number 30,000. And our new contributor donor, ICANN Business Constituency 2,500, and membership dues 1,973.18. And I will use the opportunity to comment that +1 to the comment earlier by Avery that we need to boost our membership base. It's a job for all of us. So income over expenditure, that is what we have left. So this period is 51,271.54 USD. Thank you very much. Back to you, Marcus.
Thank you, Jimson. And we also have an audit committee that is Brian Cute and Christopher Mondini. Can I give the floor to either one of you?
Hi, this is Chris Mondini. I hope you can hear me all right. It's a pleasure to
hear you.
Pleasure to be with you. For the point of view of our audit committee, it's a rather straightforward task of reviewing the financial statement and reviewing the documentation of the bank accounts and assuring alignment. And so in that case, I'm pleased to say that we've taken a look and assured alignment. And we don't have a formal report at this stage, but it is something that we've added and will include in future reporting.
Thank you, Chris. And with that, then I take it we can approve the financial statements for the year. At least I see a positive sign of approval from Vint and no objections, so that has been approved. And the next agenda item is approval of the annual budget based upon a recommendation by the executive committee, but that has already been included in the report presented by Jennifer, so I don't think we need to have a separate approval on that. With your indulgence, as we are short of time, and I noticed that they are very strict with kicking you out of a room here, I would suggest a slight change in the agenda and going through our statutory business first, because we discuss fundraising. We have to decide on a modification of the Articles of Association based upon a recommendation by the Executive Committee. This is really a minor thing, but the only way we can change our bylaws is by the membership at the General Assembly. You may or may not recall, I sent out in my invitation email that we should have done that earlier, but it was a legacy issue. When we were set up, the Internet Society assumed the role of secretariat, and that was reflected in our bylaws. And it is, you can see it here as it was. The top half, it mentioned explicitly the Internet Society as a secretary for the association. And we discussed it, and we thought as an executive committee, we don't need to go into that level of detail in the bylaws. And now we benefit from the services of .Asia, but should .Asia decide they would not like to continue, then we can change and get services from somebody else without changing the bylaws. We hope, of course, that .Asia will maintain services, and not mentioning them in the bylaws is by no means a slight to them. We greatly appreciate the excellent services provided, but we just thought it was necessary or not necessary to be so granular in the bylaws, and we thought to have a more streamlined bylaws would be A, more elegant, and B, more practical. So I've seen already some signs of approval, and I take it then until there is an objection, but I don't think there is an objection. There's approvals everywhere. So this change has been approved. Thank you for that, and we will change it on the website. This is then also public. And the last statutory agenda item is release of obligations of the executive committee members. And that is, again, it's under Swiss law, a requirement of each association at its General Assembly needs to release of obligations. In Swiss English, they call them décharge in French. We had it in the first years called it discharge, but I think that really created more confusion than anything else. And I was told that the correct English expression would be release of obligations. But that means that the membership agrees that we have fulfilled our obligations, and you are approving of this. And I hope you can again release of us our obligations. And I see also there is a special slide up, a special thanks to Jimson for his services as member and in the last years as treasurers of the association. Do we have agreement on this? And a special mention to Jimson in the report. Yes, I can see 2 thumbs up from Vint and approving from others. Thank you for that. And then we can go back to the fundraising agenda item, which maybe needs some more time, and then we can have also a discussion, take the remaining time to discuss this item. And the two executive committee members who were particularly active on this issue were Brian Cute and Chris Mondini. And who would like to introduce the agenda item?
Thank you very much, Marcus. I'll start. I'm delighted that Brian is here with us also. And I must start, as I have in other sessions, by thanking all of the organizers there in Katowice, and everyone that's put on this amazing IGF, including scribes, interpreters, and all of the team that works so hard to make it happen. On fundraising, I do want to echo what others have said. Membership dues are very important because it indicates not just a financial obligation, but time and attention and involvement. And as an executive committee member, I will encourage my colleagues to take up this issue of active involvement and expanding not just membership, but the activities of the membership, for example, in elections. As you've seen, my employer, ICANN, is very proud to be a supporter. I know we're joined in that by the numbers community who are here with us today. And we're very appreciative of the private sector contributions of the business constituency of ICANN and of Google. And if you look over the years, you will have seen that the IGFSA has had an incredible roster of donors that have come and go in recent times. And with Brian's help, the executive committee and I have really worked to prepare a plan to reinvigorate that process. So we've spent a lot of 2021 focusing on what is the value proposition. We here, I believe, agree on the value proposition of the IGF and know well that it is the key global multi-stakeholder platform to evolve and raise awareness around the resource that is the internet. The value proposition of the IGFSA is that we can take the IGF movement and really make it, spread it geographically. And you've seen that the vast majority of our resources go to support national and regional IGFs. I would also add to that, the value is in serving as a clearinghouse and repository of good practice, good ideas, advice for success, light touch suggestions on agenda, on content. And so all of us in the executive committee have varying degrees of experience in organizing events such as this and working in this field. And I think in addition to financial resources, we really take pride in supporting volunteers that work so hard on these events. So those are really the value propositions that we communicate outward. But really, under Brian's leadership, we've gone on a listening tour to listen to donors, current and past and potential future donors, to hear what they want to get out of an IGF SA and what value they would expect for their contribution. And of course, many of our donors and contributors are in the private sector, but arguably, for every stakeholder category, they want the same thing. They want a demonstrated variety of attendees from diverse stakeholder groups. They want to see that themes that are important to them or their organization are featured on the agenda. They do also, in fact, I would say, want to see that there's attendance from decision makers, influencers from every sector, in the various geographies where there is support being provided. And for example, I will give you a concrete example, feedback that we received from domain name registries approaching some of those companies. They said to us, can you help us to encourage that basic capacity building and training about how the domain name system works is a component of various IGFs that you would be supporting. And this is the kind of example of where the listening comes to us and we can make that suggestion to the NRIs that we're supporting across the community. I will say also, we do have an indirect value in these communications because some companies and other donors we talk to say, oh, we will be working globally to support these IGFs directly. But for those that have less resource or less time and would like to take advantage of our help in gathering information and promoting good practice, the IGFSA stands ready to help them. So we have begun with the NRIs to ask about things like attendees. Already we get very good out after IGF reporting from these events, but who has attended, what have been the key themes, and if there's content that we can help you to locate or source, or there are themes that we think that donors would be interested to see covered, or that you and your local national or regional internet community feel are very important that should be brought to their attention. Again, we want to be part of this two-way clearinghouse of information. So that long list of companies we've listened to who've supported us in the past, we'll be reaching out to over the course of 2022. If you, an organization you know, an employer, a company, others that might want to support us, if you have an idea, do share it with us at the info@igfsa.org website. And I'm delighted to welcome our new executive committee members, and I assure you all of our committee members will be involved in this effort as in the year to come. Thanks.
Thank you for that. And I see two hands up, two of our existing donors. First, Vint Cerf, and then Chris Buckridge. Vint, you have the floor.
So let me make two commitments. I will assure $100,000 in 2022 to go to the IGFSA operation. It will be an unrestricted grant coming from the Tides Foundation by way of Google. And second, I will make a similar commitment to the IGF Secretariat in a similar amount.
This is excellent news. Thank you very much. Applause. Thank you. Chris?
I don't know how to follow that, but
I'd like to follow.
Yeah. No, what I was going to say was just thank you to Chris and Brian, and also to you, Marcus, and other EC members, because I think particularly the question around the value proposition of the IGFSA, why IGFSA should be the mechanism through which people donate, is something that I've raised in the past, and I'm really grateful to see it being addressed in such a specific way, and to hear some of the thoughts that Chris had in his summary there. I think that's really moving in the right direction. So yeah, I think that's really valuable, and thank you for that. And I'll look forward to helping to get that word out, and to hopefully even more greatly diversify the number and range of donors.
Thank you, Chris. And I think there was a hand in the room, and I think I would like first to ask Nazar, who I so rudely interrupted, whether he would like now to share his thoughts he had on fundraising with us.
Okay, thank you, Marcus. And I was going to run to another NRI session. That's why I was jittery about contributing. Basically, what I was suggesting is also in terms of fundraising. We have all these global telecoms. For example, the companies like Safaricom, MTN, and Vodacom, they do have funding that is basically they call it corporate social responsibility of some sort. And because the bodies, the board of directors of these companies are basically global people, they come from all over the world. And what I would suggest to the fundraising committee is that they can approach these organizations, these telecom organizations, and with the idea of forming strategic partnerships, because what IGFSA is doing is actually fund the very local organizations and trucks for the IGF that are actually doing work locally, like for example, IGF Tanzania. So my suggestion is that to reach out to them and form strategic partnerships with these guys, because they are all global, and even the owners of these companies are not local individuals such, but a big percentage of them come from different countries, around the world. So that would be my suggestion for fundraising. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Was there another floor request in the room, Jennifer?
That was the hand I saw. I don't believe there are any other hands in the room.
Then I saw that Nigel also asked for the floor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Marcus. Good morning, good afternoon to everyone. I also put my hand down, but as you asked me, I'd just like to sincerely thank Chris and Brian for putting together the report. Also, thanks to Vint. What a marvellous that people come along to a General Assembly and support us in this way. The only point I was going to make was that we probably need, and this is really a committee issue, I suppose, but we also, I think, can leverage the wonderful NRI network that we support, and it's great to see some of the NRIs here today to spread the word about what the IGFSA does, of course, and also to leverage any support there might be in the regions. But thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comment on this agenda item, fundraising, which clearly we discussed that before, but I just wonder whether we should maybe have a dedicated session with our members. We mentioned this at one of our previous General Assemblies, but we never actually followed up on that. It was mainly due to the pandemic, but we could easily organize a call where we invite all our members on brainstorming on how best to approach it. And also one issue, as Ariette mentioned in her remarks, the idea goes back a long time, and the starting point for the IGFSA was actually crowdfunding, but we were never good at activating crowdfunding. And maybe also with new members of the executive committee, we have new ideas and new energy. But the idea, I can't remember whether it was in Berlin or whether it was the year before in Paris, that we said we should actually involve the members more in our fundraising activities. And so this is just an idea we can maybe pursue when we have our first executive committee meeting in the new year. But I think we're running out of time, and I'm happy to move on, but they may kick us out of the room. So we also have any other business on the agenda. Is there anything else anyone would like to contribute on fundraising or any other business? And I also turn to our new executive committee members, Amrita and Ariette. Anything you would like to add at this stage?
It's Vint.
Yes, please.
A question. The IGF, how do I say this? A proposal has been made and apparently is being executed to introduce a new layer of oversight for the IGF in the form of a high-level panel. Does the IGF-SA have an opinion about this?
We have never discussed this, and so far actually interpreted our bylaws rather restrictively, as it was just to support the IGF, and we never had in any case sort of a policy discussions on which way we should go. But I don't know whether any of our executive committee members would like to chime in on this.
Marcus, Henriette here. I wasn't actually going to chime in on that. I was going to say I think it's a really good idea to have a dedicated meeting on fundraising and to look at the crowdfunding issue again. But it is a relevant issue that Vint raised. And I think, I mean, maybe there's space here for us to explore more interaction between the IGF SA and these IGF structures. I think at the moment, I'm saying this also in my capacity as outgoing MAG chair, it's very much a wait and see. I think we're still very unclear about exactly how this leadership panel will operate. There is a terms of reference. It's not very detailed. I do think it is good for us to stay aware of that. But I still need to learn, in fact, more about how IGFSA does see itself in relation to these external processes, but definitely something to keep an eye on.
Thank you for that. And as I would say, nothing prevents us from doing it. Our bylaws, I think, are flexible enough to allow us to take a position on these broader issues, structural issues. But so far we have not done so, but this is something we can definitely discuss. With that, I think we reached the allotted end of our time. I'm not sure how flexible the room management is. Jennifer, do you have an idea? Do we have to?
There's already a note in the chat saying, get the hell out of the room. So
okay, I should have seen that. Okay, thank you for putting it in very clear terms. Okay, let's get the hell out of the room. With that, I thank you all for your participation. In particular, I welcome the new executive committee member, and I would like once again extend our special thanks to Vint Cerf for his promised generous contribution to IGFSA. With that, the General Assembly 21 is closed. Thank you. Goodbye. Take care.
live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hi, welcome all of you, and please wait for a while to see if there are anyone entering the Zoom chat right now, so kindly wait for a second. Thank you. Welcome all of you. Thank you for coming today. I'm Edward Choi, the moderator at the workshop 214, Achieving Sustainable Local and Nature Conservation. This is a relevant issue for IGF this year. The internet and other digital technologies can pose environmental challenges, for instance, through energy consumption for data production. But they can also be leveraged to advance environmental sustainability. Therefore, policies and actions are needed to green the internet, reduce the environmental impact of new technologies, including artificial intelligence and big data, and facilitate their use to address environmental challenges. This is something our social enterprise, There Hong Kong, has done a lot of work in Hong Kong. With the spread of the online platform for low-cost airlines, the European Commission reported in 2015 that the tourism sector accounts for 5% of global carbon emissions, We take the role of exploring local attractions, organizing local tours and educational workshops to encourage Hong Kong people to travel locally so as to reduce carbon footprint per capita. We dedicate our effort as youth to influencing Hong Kong people to mitigate climate change through our digital platform since 2015. But that alone wasn't enough. This workshop aims to provide a platform for the IT developers, digital innovators, policymakers, and civil society across Asian Pacific to discuss how the development of digital infrastructure could enhance sustainable local tourism and nature conservation. It is at the intersection of what government, business, technical community, alongside civil society do best, which is to help promote environmental education and build awareness on environmental sustainability within internet governance and digital policy spaces. I would like to introduce our co-organizers here. We have the Net Mission Ambassadors Program, which aims to bring together a network of dedicated young volunteers devoted to promoting and contributing towards a collaborative and sustainable internet and youth engagement on internet governance. We also have social responsibility practitioners, an NGO which aims to carry out social responsibility initiatives, promote the stories of practitioners, and to set up a network for SDG-related communications and implementation. Time to introduce our speaker. We have Mr. Purushottam Kanal, the chairman of the Nepal Telecommunications Authority, Mr. Kam Sing Wong, Secretary for the Environment of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, Ms. Natalie Chong, the co-founder of Fair Hong Kong, Ms. Tui Ray, the founder of Social Responsibility Practitioners, and Edmund Chong, the CEO of Dog Asia Organization. Each speaker will have their opening remarks, and after that, we will have a 25-minute panel discussion. Natalie Chong and I will report back and conclude with a youth statement with key takeaways. And Q&A session will come afterwards. May I first invite Mr. Tui Ray, please?
Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, you can start.
Okay. Hi, everyone from New York. This is Ray, founder of Social Responsibility Practitioners. I'm really honored to be invited to this session and to talk about the sustainable local tourism and natural conservation. So let me briefly introduce myself. I'm the founder of this NGO, and our organization aims to use youth power to carry out social responsibility initiatives to promote the stories of practitioners and set up a network for SDG-related communication and implementation in various ways, such as youth exchange, study, and cross-industry collaboration. And since we started our organization during the outbreak of pandemic of coronavirus, which is still lasting for almost 2 years or even more than we expected. So actually our main method to promote our activities, events, and our stories is using internet. And I would like to share some different types of ways to do the digital promotion for sustainable local tourism and nature conservation, and then share something about the previous projects we have done before with the Philippine-based social enterprise. So for forms of digital promotion, social media is definitely a really powerful platform for you to leverage all the resources you have and decrease your cost in the minimum way. So on social media, you can try to encourage conversation. You can use the travel influencers to write about ecotourism and promote it to their network and encourage conversations about this topic. And at the same time, you should open your comment area and let people to make comments under their posts. And second, you can use some infographics. So actually, if you only use text-based information or only use like data, sometimes it's kind of abstract, especially for this topic. We have some like more difficult like terms for people to understand. So like for this way, we tend to use like infographics to like introduce like specific like professional terms, but at the same time, you can add on some like activities, like events that will have like a considerable impact on the public. So thirdly, we can try to build up an active community. It is actually what SRP is always doing. Like because we are in mainland China and most of people are using WeChat as their like social networking app. So we use WeChat to create multiple like communities. Like we just share our post and we organize like various like webinars, and people tend to join it, just like use internet instead of like we only meet in person, which may be a little bit impossible due to the coronavirus. And this community can use to like for members to share their needs, expectations, and advice in order to fostering a feeling of friendship and family and promoting better cooperations between individuals or organizations. So that's basically the forms of digital promotion that I want to introduce. And in the later part, I would like to like introduce more details about how we help the Philippine-based social enterprise to design a tourism package to like not only protect their environment, but also to increase its economy in the little island in Philippines. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ray. Actually, I have followed the SRP WeChat page, so I can see there are a lot of influence, and yes, you had shared a lot of ecotourism related stuff on your page. So it is very, very insightful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I invite Mr. Edmund Chong, please, so you can talk about your initiative in Asia organization?
Certainly. Thank you, first of all, for inviting. Very happy to share some of the work that we are doing at Asia. I wonder if I can show a little bit my screen, some of the things. But okay. Well, one of the main things that Asia does is, of course, operate the Asia top-level domain, and that's part of our core operations, but actually all of our income goes back into supporting internet development and adoption around Asia. One of the areas that we have been supporting is sustainable development, especially sustainable development goals. And since 2016, when the SDGs were put in place, actually Asia has been supporting a project we call Agitora. And it starts with tiger as a symbol of Asia, but also focuses on sustainable development and also sustainable tourism to many extent, especially before the pandemic, at least the growing natural tourism and the local tourism to I guess exotic tropical and other wildlife areas, and so that's this is one of the projects that we've been doing is it's an education project more than anything, and it goes to primary, secondary schools and other students and youth to engage them about the internet. But what we've recently been doing is a eco internet initiative that we have been working with AP-NIC Foundation and HBS. We're very excited to have HBS help fund our work in this area. and of course, IG is involved in this as an advocacy for an eco-internet. Just quickly, it's won't go into the presentation. Actually, this was presented earlier at at a different session here at the IGF, and what it does is that it looks at the situation of online and how the internet actually has an impact on carbon footprint. But the question we ask mostly is how the internet footprint actually replaces a lot of the physical footprint that we do, and how the power grid is such a big issue. One of the things that we also observe is that the capacity and the bandwidth of the infrastructure is important, but most importantly, the how we think about the digital economy advantage. So we put together a pilot for a indicator on how eco-friendly really is the internet for different jurisdictions, looking at 3 axes: economy, energy, and efficiency. And we took, as the pilot study, we actually took 6 jurisdictions or economies, and we looked at the situation, how the percentage of the digital economy versus the internet carbon footprint. And here you see the scores of different regions. Hong Kong is particularly bad at this, but and the other axes as well. For some reason, actually, maybe later on we can think about that. But here, this is another axis is about renewable energy and the grid emission factor. And here you see that how much percentage of renewable energy is the power grid actually including, and also, because this is the energy that powers the internet, and the more renewable energy, the better. And here is very strange. I don't know whether the stats is right, but again, Hong Kong and Singapore is a very low amount. I won't go into the details of it, but ultimately there's a scoring, and this is a pilot study. Japan seems to be doing well. Hong Kong doesn't seem to be doing that well. Again, we are looking at expanding to different economies to look at how the power grid supports the internet, and how efficient the internet itself in terms of power consumption and carbon footprint is. So this is some of the things that we have been doing. And I think as we go into especially the last couple of years, it's becoming a big issue, because there's a lot of talk about how the internet is increasingly a big part of the digital footprint. Our research, though, has found that it's not so it's not like a doomsday situation. However, I think policy support to nudge the industry towards cleaner energy is very important, and also the participation from industry, from government, and from civil society is important to push forward an agenda for a cleaner internet and a cleaner power that powers the internet. And hopefully, whether it's tourism or local or otherwise, the internet is the indispensable part of our everyday experience. So making sure that the internet is powered with clean energy is a big part of our advocacy work, and also hopefully it's useful for the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Edmund. Basically, I have been follow up the Aditora project since I was in year 1, so that is about 4 or 5 years ago already. And I can see there are many outreach projects in Kobe, Japan, like 2 or 3 years ago. And the things will be keep going on. And yeah, I appreciate your efforts. Okay, so can I please invite Mr. Kem Sing Won to have your opening remark, please? Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, very clear.
Okay. Okay. Let me open my PowerPoint. Is it okay? Please allow my PowerPoint.
Not yet.
Okay. Please confirm.
asking technician team to see if there are any issues like, yeah, Mr. Wong seems cannot share their screen. Okay, so the team kindly asking, inviting you to, to share the screen again to see if there is any problem. Or yes, I can. Okay. Yes, I can see your screen now. Yep. So.
There's some problem.
Is there some problem? So I do have a. Okay.
Is it okay?
Yeah, very clear. Thank you so much.
Okay, sorry for it. Okay, nice to hear the sharing by other people. I would like to start with that Hong Kong is a highly urbanized city, but in fact, we only have urbanized about 25% of our land. That means the rural and countryside areas accounts for about some 70% of our territory. It's one of the pictures showing our Hong Kong's global geopark. And this year we celebrate its 10th anniversary. It's recognized by the United Nations UNESCO. So welcome to Hong Kong to visit it. It's very beautiful. And I, as the Environment Minister, look after climate change, energy, including the renewable energy. I would respond to the comment about renewable energy, as mentioned earlier. And I'm also looking after air quality, biodiversity, waste management, etc. So ecotourism is part of our agenda item under the biodiversity and nature conservation. And I would like to highlight that we also issued the Smart City Blueprint 2.0 last year and updated our climate action plan this year. Overall, we set a target to become carbon neutral before 2050. Currently, in fact, in Hong Kong, the zero carbon power mix accounts for about 25%. Although our renewable energy mix is relatively small due to the geographical constraint, but if we account for the net zero carbon power source, it's about 25%. And by some 2030 or 35, we would like to increase it to 60 to 70%. I would like to firstly share with you the Smart City Blueprint that there are a few areas in relation to the topic today. For instance, about hiking in Hong Kong, we would like to improve the mobile network coverage, even in remote areas, so that we can ensure the security and safety of hikers. We are also to improve connection with the remote villages for their security and also to promote ecotourism. We are also using AI, artificial intelligence, and robots in conserving our nature, for instance, to detect hill fires so that we can identify the hill fires outbreaks so that with the AI so that we can conserve our forests and country parks as soon as possible. We are also having the other schemes using technology to conserve the nature conservation. And we are updating our Smart City Blueprint regularly so that we can promote everything, including the smart and brown. And as mentioned earlier, we have launched the climate action plan together with other environmental blueprints this year. Here you can see that in the upper left corner, we are going to increase Hong Kong's net zero carbon power emission portion. Currently is about 25% and increase it to 60 to 70% before 2035. And we would make Hong Kong carbon neutral before 2050. And here I would like to share with you that we do have an overall strategy to make Hong Kong go carbon neutral. So that would cover ecotourism, internet use, etc. As a policymaker, that I will have to set the framework for the whole city. For instance, I set up the topmost, highest level steering committee with the chief executive, that is the topmost officials in town, together with the other ministers, like the one on information and technology, etc., so that we can promote the policies and initiatives effectively. At the same time, we have to assign budget. This time is the first time of its kind in Hong Kong to assign a climate budget, 240 billion Hong Kong dollars for the coming 10 to 15 years on everything about climate mitigation and applications. So if ecotourism, if you think that is one of the agenda items that we cover under the budget, and we'll set up a dedicated office on climate change and carbon neutrality. And we'll set up an advisory committee, including key stakeholders, and in particular, including young people, so that we can promote low carbon lifestyle, including ecotourism in the coming time. And public engagement is important. At the same time, we promote green economy, including ecotourism, etc. And at the same time, capacity building is important. So we are seeing and promoting universities in town to devise courses, degree courses, training, etc., so that we would have the relevant talent and young people to support the low carbon lifestyle and industry. At the same time, we will have the carbon neutral communities. It's not only about urbanized area, but also wetland conservation, new country parks, and also the global geoparks area that we can make them low carbon in the coming time. And we have also launched the Hong Kong Biodiversity Strategy Action Plan in 2016, and that will cover part of the ecotourism aspects that balance the nature conservation, local economy, and also the tourism issue. And another new initiative that we launched 3 years ago is have a new office called the CCO, Countryside Conservation Office in Hong Kong under the Environmental Protection Department. That is to upkeep the remote countryside areas to be living, because without government intervention, they would be dying. So we like to conserve the architecture, heritage, culture, local economy, including local tourism. And the recent example is the Lai Chi Wall Rural Cultural Landscape that just got one of the highest awards in Asia. That's UNESCO's Asia Pacific Award for Cultural Heritage Conservation that we got it last year. That recognized how the local communities, universities, villages, and NGOs are working together to conserve the village and promote ecotourism in a smart, low-carbon manner. That is the picture showing the very beautiful water village. 10 years ago, it was almost dying, but now it's being revitalized and recognized by, say, platform like the Lonely Planet recommended it as one of the must go in Hong Kong if you're coming to visit Hong Kong. And I would like to add that the government departments are also working on the integration of the technologies. Here's one of the examples with the Cat-O, a remote island. There is a new heritage trail just opened last year. And we would like to try to integrate the smart technology along the trail that people can scan the QR code and get the information about the history, heritage, etc. You can see the example that they're showing kind of the old custom and operations in the village through the QR code. And this is the real picture of the village, and you can see that along certain area there's a lover trees. So if people are going to scan the QR code, you may find your lover. And I would like to end with that. We have just launched a new policy area, as we call the Northern Metropolis Development Strategy. That is about the northern part of the Hong Kong territory, covering about 1/3 of our total land area. That's next to Shenzhen, I mean the Greater Bay areas, other areas. They cover very important world-class wetland, also other country park areas. We are going to develop the whole area into an innovation and technology hub. At the same time, we would like to actively conserve the wetland and also integrate the conserved area together with the southern counterpart so that we can make it highly livable, low carbon, smart, and also enjoyable living environment. So we are going to consider how we can learn from you guys and make the ecotourism as one of the enjoyable activities in the Northern Metropolis in the coming time. So I would like to end here and learn more from the young people here, and welcome to Hong Kong if the pandemic allows. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your sharing. And I can see there are a lot of questions coming in the chat box. So do feel free to ask any question during any time in the workshop. So yeah, so we will have a Q&A session after that. And at the same time, I can see that those apart from Zoom chat, we also have the YouTube live channel right now. So participants here in the YouTube can kindly share your question as well. So thank you for all the participants and thank you for all the guest speakers for your insightful sharing. So now I think we will move to the panel discussion to talk about how the stakeholders from different sectors and regions could cooperate to achieve sustainable local tourism and nature conservation via digital cooperation. So may I first ask Edmund, please, as you have mentioned in the opening speech, combating the illegal trade in wildlife and wildlife products on the internet has become an urgent issue. In August 2019, traffic and non-governmental organizations working globally on trade in wild animals and plants in the context of both diversity, conservation, and sustainable development. So it is published by, it is a study published titled Combating Wildlife Crime Linked to the Internet, Global Trends and China Experience. So while it covers the experience of how China, the EU, Kenya, the US, and several key international associations combat wildlife crime with notable success, the report in particular points out that wildlife cybercrime is not yet regarded as a crime category in its own right in international and national legislation. And related policy and law enforcement actions are not sufficiently comprehensive or targeted. From your point of view, what are the greatest obstacles to taking substantive measures domestically and internationally? And how can the technical community alongside both the public and the private sector cooperate for addressing illegal wildlife trade linked to the internet?
Thank you. I think that's a good question. I think the first thing, I think the most important thing is probably awareness. The community that we're dealing with, especially when we talk about the ISPs and hosting providers and platform providers, are simply, this illegal wildlife trade hasn't been on their radar screen. There are if you walk around the IGF, you would see, there would be a lot of talk about cybersecurity. There would be a lot of talk about privacy. There would be a lot of talk even about child sexual abuse material, protecting the children. However, the wildlife trade issue is not a high priority issue. I remember us bringing this up a few years ago, and consistently bringing the topic to discussion, and the awareness is low, and the sense of urgency is low. But the reality, as you just quoted, is that the reality is that because of online, actually illegal wildlife trade, including some wildlife kind of illegal activities that are related to tourism, is on the rise. Actually, I should say on the rise before the pandemic. With the pandemic, I guess it's a good thing in that sense, if you will. But before the pandemic, because of the internet and a lot of the reasons behind it, it makes it easy. It makes it possible to really buy a tiger for a pet from the US and a click of a button, and then the tiger sent to your doorstep, and that's not very conducive to tracking it down and stopping it. And so what is alarming and surprising for a lot of people is that, in fact, what we think that the illegal wildlife trade is probably going down the drain is actually not. It's actually a growing business, and that's not a good sign. So besides awareness, I think the other main issue is to really follow the money. Like a couple of the successful approaches for addressing, for example, CSAM, the child sexual abuse material, is to follow the money. whether it is advertising money or it is the money actually for the transaction of illegal wildlife materials. I think whether it's credit card companies or online payment platforms, they need to be aware and put in place policies to tackle illegal wildlife trade. I think that's, to me, you asked me whether, what are the main obstacles. I think awareness and priority is the main obstacle, and then being able to follow the money is going to, I think, be the most impactful approach.
Yep. So I can hear the keyword money. So in terms of money, I do believe that it is money which boosts the progress and the development of the international, international technological advancement. So I'm quite curious about how Hong Kong government engage the prominent stakeholder for promoting R&D development and green R&D. Mr. Wong, can you please share with us that apart from money, so what else, or what is the current practice that the Hong Kong government is currently doing in order to boost the R&D development alongside the green R&D stuff? Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I think you are asking a very broad question. In Hong Kong, in the last term of government, we founded a new ministry, a new bureau. Is on innovation and technology, with sizable funding to promote innovation and technology in general. Certainly similar to other cities, sustainability in development is part of the funded or promoted items under the innovation and technology in general. So I think that is a very general response, but I think the government, similar to other cities, are promoting smart city. That's why in my presentation, I mentioned that the smart city blueprint, that is the version 2.0, just launched last year. And within that blueprint, you can see that there are 6 major areas. And one area is on the environment. But if you talk about green and ecotourism, that is covered within the 6 key areas at different locations. But I would like to share with you what the Environment Bureau, that's my bureau, is doing about that. And we are supporting or engaging the stakeholders in different ways. For instance, I mentioned that 3 years ago, we founded an innovative office for the countryside conservation office that is to help to revitalize remote villages. Without government intervention, they would be fading away. So we are having policies and funding to support the revitalization of those villages for heritage and cultural conservation, and at the same time to conserve biodiversity and promote ecotourism. The response has been encouraging because there are many stakeholders in Hong Kong are supporting that. Universities, NGOs, in groups, local villages are all important players. And even the local banks, the biggest banks in Hong Kong, are providing sponsorship and funding in addition to what the government is funding them. So it's a very good collaboration. The good news is that, as mentioned in my presentation, we got one of the highest awards from UNESCO in the Asia region to recognize our Hong Kong contribution. That's one example. Another example is the UNESCO Hong Kong Global Geopark that covers the eastern part of the Hong Kong territory, probably about 1/3 of our territories. And the idea is that we'd like to conserve the geopark landscape and culture, local villages there, and promote the economy. So again, we have funding, we have the staff to work with the local people to conserve the landscape and also integrate technology, as mentioned earlier, in the applications. Technology is considered one of the means to achieve our ends. Our ends is to go for, say, carbon neutrality, biodiversity, cultural conservation, etc. But I would like to add that before I end is that we just found an impact fund. Natalie is one of our committee members. So we assigned certain priority areas on projects to be funded under our Green Tech Fund. The Green Tech Fund is just founded last year, so it's getting very good response. There are over 100 applications, and we are going to start the second round of applications very soon. So in short, we are having different policies, funding, etc., to support the application technology to meet our ends on conservation, on carbon neutrality, ecotourism, etc. Thank you, Edward.
Thank you. So I do hope that the Green Tech, the second round of the Green Tech Fund will be, running very smoothly. And I would like to ask Ms. Trey Ray that, like, in your point of view, what further steps can youth organization in China take in order to promote the concept of sustainable tourism and nature conservation through public education or even different packages, as you have done throughout the year with the Philippine-based NGOs? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I think first of all, we still need to increase the awareness among youth, because nowadays youth know sustainable development goals, but they still don't know specific like subtitles of it. They don't know like, yeah, I know gender equality, I know environment, but how can I like engage in it and implement some concrete steps and projects? So I think it's really important to let youth to know what are SDGs, not only the concept, but also like the specific plans to make it come true. So like we, including SRP and other NGOs, social enterprises, or the companies has more senses of social responsibilities, we are aiming to share more stories, experience, and analysis about sustainable development for youth and young professionals who are interested in this topic, to learn more about what other practitioners all around the world are doing for a better sustainability. And the second point, I would say that networking and promoting dialogues, especially like NGOs, like we don't have enough resources sometimes, and also our target audience are people who wishes to have more resources to leverage more power. So I think it will be really crucial for us to provide more networking events, or maybe just like introduce more like professors or practitioners to them in order to guide them, become their mentor, or maybe provide more like financial or labor with any kinds of support for youth who wish to implement their plans. There are many individuals and groups are doing similar things, like SRP is not the only one. We also know a lot of NGOs like VIA and so on. They are also doing something that's similar to us. But if we separate each group individually, then we can really like utilize all the resources efficiently. So we need to promote the dialogues as well to let these people know that what they are doing at the same time, and to promote the collaboration between each like organizations.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to collaboration like in the public sector and the private sector in China, in the mainland China, so as to boost the whole progress of how the NGO leverage on various SDGs related issues. And I think it's the end of the panel discussion, because I have seen that there are a lot of questions coming in a chat spot, and I would like to spend more time like allowing the guest speaker to responding to those very insightful questions. So I think Natalie and I will wrap up. So Natalie, it's your turn, please.
Great. Thank you so much, Edward, for hosting and moderating this session. So good afternoon, honorable guest speakers and participants joining you from around the world. Thank you so much for sharing your insights at our IGF workshop addressing the critical linkage between internet governance and environmental education. It is our pleasure as FAIR, a youth-initiated ecotourism organization, to host this dialogue with representatives from youth groups, civil society, government, and businesses to imagine the future of digital education for nature conservation across Asia. The COVID-19 pandemic reinforced the role of digital technology in driving transformations, at the same time exacerbating inequalities. Around last year's Internet Governance Forum, IGF 2020, United Nations published the Roadmap for Digital Cooperation, which sets out the vision of connecting, respecting, and protecting all people online. In the report, there's a quote saying, "Digital technology does not exist in a vacuum. It has enormous potential for positive change, but can also reinforce and magnify existing fault lines and worsen inequalities." Under the context of planetary health, IT operations consume massive amount of electricity and will remain a main contributor to climate change, as admin from Asia shared. Nevertheless, technological advancements can offer brand new solutions to environmental challenges, building a carbon-conscious internet. For the ecotourism industry, virtual tours with VR and AR can increasingly provide a more holistic and fruitful user experience for tourists, such as what Secretary Rong has shared, some of the QR codes around trees in Lai Shiwa village. And it can also enhance social inclusion through enabling the marginalized communities to engage in leisure tourism activities, such as those who are physically challenged. Mr. Canal, reflecting upon ourselves, our organization FAIR initially started as a digital platform to showcase ecotourism sites in Hong Kong, writing on content creation and visualization to deepen our audience's understanding on the ecological, historical, and cultural background of attractions. We're able to reach a much wider audience with the power of internet, disseminating educational information through targeting the right audience with digital marketing. There is so much potential in leveraging ICT for behavioral change yet to be harnessed.
Thank you, Natalie. Under the pandemic, FAIR brought back our offline tours online, developing virtual tourism experience and rethinking the user journey. Our team of youth constantly drives innovative solutions to enhance the educational effect of our initiatives, and their voices should be elevated. FAIR, together with organizations here today, the Environment Bureau of the Hong Kong SAR government, Asia organization, social responsibility practitioners, all serve as hybrid platform to nurture our next generation of environmental stewards. While youth prototype on digital solutions, we bear the responsibility to guide youth in the right direction and set boundaries for governing internet resources. This includes data security and protection training for governing internet resources, evaluation of data authenticity, and breaking out of echo chambers on social media platforms. For our speaker sharing today, we realize the potential of digital technologies can be best harnessed through multi-stakeholder collaborations. Youth are taking a more prominent role in the digital world, from building their own startups to gathering force for activist movements. Echoing what Ms. Trey shared on SRP team, helping a Philippines-based social enterprise design a tourism package. However, youth are also among the most vulnerable to misinformation, data privacy breaching on the internet. Therefore, youth are stakeholders whom should never be missed in the formulation of digital policies. It is only when policymakers and businesses sit down and listen to youth and civil society members that we can collaborate inclusively and more future-proof solution for nature conservation. FutureCast founder Andrew Kin once said, "Being human in a digital world is about building a digital world for humans." As a youth representative, I wish all of us here can continue and unleash the potential of youth for building human-centric digital solution for nature education and sustainable ecotourism. Thank you once again for your enthusiasm, and we wish to join hands with you to effect change. And now, time for the Q&A. May I invite our online moderator, Ms. Jia Wenhui, to facilitate the session, please.
Thank you, Edward, and our speakers share of your insightful understanding of sustainable local tourism and also the nature conservation. We have now some questions from the online audience in the chat box, that I would like to share with you. The first question is for Mr. Kamsing Wong. Justina has asked, which of the renewable source of energy is the most effective in Hong Kong?
Okay, Hong Kong, similar to other city-states like Singapore, we have limited land and space and natural potentials. We don't have hydro, we don't have geothermal, but based on our latest environmental blueprint, that we highlighted 3 key areas. One is solar, second is offshore wind, third is about waste to energy. But we need to be innovative. So according to our new climate action plan, we're looking for new technologies like in hydrogen. That means using renewable energy source or zero carbon energy sources elsewhere and turn the elements into hydrogen that could be transported to Hong Kong. So that would be a kind of new renewable energy that can supply to cities like Hong Kong so that we can go towards carbon neutrality within decades. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I feel like there's a lot of information that could let the audience to know more about Hong Kong. And the second question is for Mr. Edmund. Mobile Laji has asked, how do we promote internet in the rural area in developing countries?
Thank you for the question. Again, very good question. I guess this is a question that the whole internet has been grappling with since the very beginning, actually. I would tackle it a couple of ways. First, I think there has been a lot of discussion about whether free internet is necessarily good internet and whether more connectivity always means better better to the people. So I guess the fact that I asked these questions, the answer in my heart is that no. I think it's very important to build up the capacity in the local community. Free internet, let's say from funding elsewhere going in, might feels like it's good, but it could really kill off the nascent industry in the local area, because the local ISPs might be small now, but if the free internet comes in, their business will be gone. And once the business environment is gone, it's very difficult to build that back up again. So I think when you think about funding, which is important, it needs to build up the industry locally rather than replace them with free services. And then also free services needs to be really open services. If it's free services only for a particular platform, let's say a donor, whoever that donor is, and considers only part of the internet is accessible, then that's not really a good connectivity. On the topic that's related to our topic today, I don't know whether I still can share. Oh, yes, I can. It's also important to think about the energy efficiency and stuff. Earlier, I mentioned an important aspect. We looked at the efficiency of the bandwidth and connectivity as well. And in the earlier session, another colleague from A4AI, it's a affordable internet initiative. It looks at the situation whereby when you think about carbon emission, what is the reality is that when you build the infrastructure, the basic infrastructure actually occupies more part of the carbon footprint. So the more people you can service, in fact, the average carbon emission per user goes down. So this is one thing that is important for our topic today, I think. So when you think about internet access, you have to think about the infrastructure development that supports more users. The other thing to think about is about sharing that infrastructure. Just like when I mentioned that the efficiency and the effectiveness of the infrastructure of the network is important, sharing that network is also important. I'm just pulling this presentation from someone else here, but here's some policy recommendation for a greener internet that as you deploy internet connectivity to developing regions. And one thing to remember is that when you talk about the rural areas, it also means that electricity is difficult to get there as well. And today, a lot of the immediate thinking is that you would pull in diesel, power generators to power the towers to provide connectivity. But I think we need to really rethink that, even especially for developing areas. Think about renewable energy, think about solar energy, think about hydro, think about wind power, and use that to power the infrastructure that goes into the rural areas. There is no reason why that cannot be done. A lot of the, I think as we think about how to deploy internet into the rural areas and developing areas, we should also bring the eco-friendly internet, concept into that deployment. So I guess those are really my points. I think that it's not just about providing free connectivity. It's about developing the industry, and as you develop the industry, the power that powers the internet is the critical part, and we should think about utilizing carbon neutral or renewable energy sources to power the network.
Thank you so much for your answers. The next question is for Cui Rui. As you have already mentioned, the COVID pandemic's influence on the operation of SRP. So how do you think SRP can better use digital devices in this post-pandemic era to promote the development of your organization?
Yeah. Thank you, Wenhui. So I think this is not only a question for like SRP, but also for other NGOs and also big companies and government to think about, since we find that maybe coronavirus will last for like even longer time, especially the new variant is coming up right now. So like how to better build up your organization to promote your business with like internet. That's a really important question to think about. And actually for us, we are trying to use more like online working platform, like Microsoft Team, like Facial, like Lark, and other kinds of like working platforms that has like lower cost, or even they're like totally free for NGOs. We're trying to use these platforms to increase the effectiveness and efficiency of our daily work, and also to keep communicating. And especially for SRP and other NGOs who has more volunteers from all around the world, time difference is also a really important question. So we tried to use multiple chatting or texting apps to keep in touch, but also using email to write more formal messages to our clients. So I think choosing a really important online platform for collaborating and working is important. And secondly, I would say social media. For SRP, we have multiple social media accounts Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, and so on. These are really good portals for audience to know more about your organization, and you should try your best to keep updating your latest news and articles. And at the same time, if it is possible to have some small gathering, I would really suggest to have some offline events at the same time, because it will be more real to communicate with people. And since take SRP as an example, there's someone in Europe area, there's someone like me in North America, like in New York. So it will be easier for us to organize some small gatherings and small events based on our current location. So I would say like digital like methods will be like a huge part of our future work, but I just hope that a little bit of offline events can be engaged in it to promote a better like efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you, Suri. The next question is for Miss Natalie. We have already seen there's a long question from Miss Chrysos. Miss Chrysos, she has asked a question with a case in Greece. So, Miss Natalie, are there any ways of achieving sustainable tourism without excluding low-income people from the tourist areas?
Great. Thank you so much for the question. I think this can be addressed by one of the best case study in Lai Shiwa village, where we're able to bring back some indigenous villages to the village by attracting them, providing them with some employment opportunities, for example, cooking traditional Hakka meals, running their own coffee farm, because now we're trying to rebrand these kind of agricultural products into a new tourism product. So through this kind of branding and marketing that we can provide assistance to local farmers, it is actually a good way to bring back local farming and agriculture to life and to create extra income source to villages. And I think another perspective to look at it is when we are able to develop a place for tourism. A case study in Hong Kong is in Sham Chung. After there are more tourist flow, the villages actually got higher bargaining power to improve some of the village infrastructure, such as the pier. After more tourists come, it justifies the infrastructure cost to improve quality of life of villages. So there are two ways to approach it. And I guess maybe Mr. Wong can also add on to this question, how we are able to assist and include local villages when we're planning for revitalization projects in Hong Kong.
Okay, thank you, Leslie sharing. I think I agree with your observations. I would like to add that, as mentioned earlier, that we have the Countryside Conservation Office. That's an office to serve multiple purposes, including encouraging more public from different walks of life can access the countryside and remote villages. I just went to Taiwan, that Natalie and Edward went to. When I stayed there last week, I encountered a school teacher taking their students from Tuen Mun, that is the western part of the New Territories, to the easternmost part of the Hong Kong remote village, enjoy and understand the revitalization of farming and the village, one of the most scenic places in Hong Kong within the global geopark. That shows that our intervention could be to some extent successful. That is welcome. People with different affordability can enjoy Hong Kong's countryside and remote villages. So I think the intervention is positive. At the same time, as mentioned by Natalie, we have intervention to help the local villages. And even people outside the village can come to work and live in the village if they're interested in farming, refarming, and also other conservation activities. So it serves multiple purposes. So we do have policies. For instance, if we need to make the licensing application easier, that we are considering how to work on that. If a remote village infrastructure like road access, internet access, and even the drainage, sewage, etc., that under the Countryside Conservation Office, we assign them with funding so that they can work on those remote villages. Certainly, we need to prioritize because funding is not limited. So we have the advisory committee and also the government colleagues from different departments working together because we need multiple disciplinary interactions and interventions. People on the innovation technology, on conservation, and on engineering have to work together so that we can make our resources used in this most effective and smart way. Thank you.
Well, thank you everyone for your sharing. We are actually running out of time a little bit. I think so. That's pretty much what we have from the Q&A session. Edward, I will hand the host back to you now.
Yeah, not many words to say, but I would like to give a very great thank to all of you joining today on site and online. So it is indeed a very valuable opportunity for the youth organization alongside government, technician, community, and businesses come together to find a solution. And I hope that after today's session, you'll have some more knowledge and experience regarding how we can utilize the digital infrastructure in order to in order for better nature conservation, as long as well as promoting sustainable local tourism. So thank you so much for participating today's workshop, and I hope you have a decent weekend. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
and also introduce our speaker.
In a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
That was a nice intro. No problem, IGF. Thanks for sharing the video and kicking off the session. So my name's Elliot. I'm with the GFC Secretariat. So I'm going to be in the background of this meeting, and I'll also be monitoring the chat and bringing in any of your questions. I'm also going to post a link in the chat in a second to a few Mentimeter questions, just to kind of get a feel for the room. But I want to start the session already and hand over to our moderator, Mr. Mokhtar Yadali, to kick us off, because I think we have an interesting discussion. So let's jump straight in, and Mokhtar, over to you.
Thank you very much, Elliot. Thank you, everybody. Welcome to the IGF 2021, and welcome to this forum, number 64, organized by the Global Forum for Cybersecurity Expertise. As Elliot mentioned, my name is Mokhtar, and I have been given the honor to oversee the GFC Africa program. And it is so my privilege to be the moderator of this session. The Global Forum for Cybersecurity Expertise is a multi-stakeholder platform that aims to strengthen cybersecurity capacity building and expertise globally through promoting international collaboration, increasing awareness, and reducing duplications of effort. Capacity building is the heart and the center of the whole activities of the GFCE. Needless to say that ICTs are very important to all of us today. I wouldn't dwell to that, everybody knows that. But also I wanted to mention that it's all more important, it's very vital for the African continent. It is also vital for the African continent really to use those ICTs safely with all the benefits. Capacity building is one of the things that is actually very important for the African continent, specifically in the area of cybersecurity in general. And the GFC has taken several initiatives this year to enhance its presence and to assist the African continent in order to build the right capacity and to use the ICT safely with all safeties and safeguards. This is what we're going to discuss today. In collaboration of the African Union stakeholders and other international partners, the African Union, the GFCE has taken many initiatives, among which a project that will be today hopefully presented by Martin Koyabe. But before that, I would like to ask Nena, who is actually representing really the African Union Cybersecurity Expert Group. She is the vice chair of that group that's aimed really at assisting the African Union on matters related to cybersecurity. One of the first questions I would like to really to ask Nena Ajufo is, what are the main really barriers to the implementation of regional and international frameworks at national level, specifically? Nena, over to you.
Thank you, Mokhtar. Thank you, everyone. I feel very privileged to have been invited to this GFC Open Forum on how to build trust through cyber capacity building. Now, in relation to your question and the challenges in that perspective, I want to start off first by saying, for capacity building in Africa, it is crucial that we define capacity building in all its various aspects. You know, quite often you find that the notion of capacity building in the African context has been, overly associated with the idea of increasing or developing skills and competencies, sometimes mostly on the basis of training, which is again always based on donor imposition or capacity building ideas of, international bodies. And so you find that this has not encouraged trust for African states, looking at, the national level, and even other African multi-stakeholders. I always say that, and of course, Martin is here, who is the guru of capacity building, and I look forward to him speaking about this. Capacity building is a much broader concept, and it should be considered from a more systematic institutional perspective, which would include different clusters. So African citizens, civil society organizations, the private sectors, the government institution, and of course, the African society in itself. And for that as well, we must underscore the cultural, social, I'm so sorry. And for that as well, we must underscore the cultural, the social, political, and even historical perspective. Now, in relation to our conversation, when we approach capacity building agenda, because of the nature of cyberspace, of course, we must ensure trust. But you find that most potential partners, or, when we have the discussion of international or national, regional bodies, who approach Africa for capacity building are always, focused on a particular agenda. They have their independent interest for their desire to build capacity. Unfortunately, some of these mechanisms and approach to capacity building sometimes fall short of what is actually required in the African reality. I always say that the capacity building needs of Africa can never be the capacity building needs of Europe. Now, or for other regions. I'm not singling out Europe. Indeed, there will be commonalities, I agree. However, that does not mean that in totality, the transposition of capacity building idea will automatically work in the context of the African region when we try to transplant it. So unfortunately, capacity building gaps are also not filled strategically. Like I said earlier, there are political, social, and cultural underpinnings to issues related to capacity building as well. So to build trust, transfers of capacity and expertise must be strategized to ensure that digital cooperation, which would encourage capacity building, must not translate to digital dependence. Mukhtar, do I still have 10 minutes? I don't know how many minutes.
Go ahead.
Yes.
I still have to ask you one specific questions with regard to what you have mentioned, but go ahead.
Yes, please. And like I said as well, all the African states, because particularly you asked me about the national level, they also have their own context. Apart from the regional level, they also have their context, and it impacts their ideologies and their capacities and will bear implications for capacity building dialogues and negotiations. However, we like it. Again, in the African context, when you talk about the national level, colonialism has remained a sensitive issue for Africa, whether we like it or not. So it is often at the center stage of interpretations to Western interventions, including when the approach is styled as cooperation or capacity building. So sometimes African states are apprehensive. There are concerns that diverse external engagements are aimed towards digital colonization rather than digital cooperation, and that it will mean digital dependence in the long run. So what you then see is that African states and other stakeholders have started insisting that cyber capacity building strategies must increasingly be on the terms of Africa rather than the donor terms. They may be right. And one thing I want to add to this is that for digital cooperation to thrive, digital equality should be the focus of capacity building and not just trainings. How about infrastructure development, technology transfer and all that? So in approaching capacity building, a measure of equal standards must be the focus, not aid, not charity, equal standards, like I said.
I see that, Nena. Nena, I really appreciate what you have said with regard to the involvement of everybody and the specifics of the continent. But one of the most of the concern in the context of course, internet governance is the concept of multi-stakeholder. How can we make sure that within the African continent, the approach for capacity building on cybersecurity remains really multi-stakeholder?
Mukhtar, you know this very well, that this is a whole lot of diverse issues for Africa, coming from the external and from the internal. You know, it's even a question of trust and effort. First of all, when you talk about multi-stakeholder approach in Africa, what is the understanding of our leaders? The awareness of the concept is not even there. So when we talk about encouraging it, the concept is not there. I was in a meeting a few months back, permit me to use this analysis, and a member of the State Security Department said, how do we work with civil society organizations that we do not know who is sponsoring them? And I said, if you're a security agent and you cannot vouch for the credibility of a civil society organization, then you have failed in your security efforts. So the understanding, and as well as this notion that cybersecurity is thoroughly a national security agenda, is derailing Africa in allowing for a multi-stakeholder approach. And so the lack of awareness and the lack of education ripples into the involvement of multi-stakeholders. So I think from a basis of understanding, Africans need that awareness, that education on the necessity. Again, it is also efforts from who we define as multi-stakeholder. Sometimes I say in the African context, perhaps we need a peculiar African understanding or definition of multi-stakeholder. There are hardly... Do you want me to stop, Mukhtar?
No, go ahead. I love what you are saying. Go ahead. I'm just...
There are hardly civil society organizations that, of course, you have so many human rights, civil organizations, but when you come to, cyber security, you do not see the involvement of civil society organizations as you would want. If you come to the IGF level, of course, you see so many participating civil society organizations, but the agenda in terms of... I was also speaking at a conference about 3 weeks, and this gentleman from FES said, we've been trying to reach civil society organizations to understand, what cyber capacity building will mean for them. If you come to academia as well, how many schools in Africa are really teaching cybersecurity? And so there is also that gap. But I think that, and that is why I talked about strategy in terms of capacity building. When partner organizations come into Africa, the focus is always on the state. There are other aspects of society that suffer. And that is why I said you should focus on the African society, on citizens as well. And I must really laud the GFCE approach. It's really impressive, the idea that we must reach partners and understand, rather than simply coming into Africa and saying, this is what we want. And that way you don't encourage a multi-stakeholder approach. So it's a two-way approach, externally, internally, but whether we like it or not, it must it must come from the national internally as well. We must also, what are African states doing to build capacity? Apart from the European Union, Council of Europe, GFCE coming to tell us, are there any capacity building efforts nationally, indigenously? No. And until we understand that, we will begin to think of a multi-stakeholder internally before. Charity should begin at home as well. Thank you, Morten.
Thank you very much. Nena, this was impressive. All those notions about the specifics, our internal needs, our definition of the needs by Africans for Africans is extremely important. And also the concept of the multi-stakeholder to be really take into consideration the context in which we are defining the multi-stakeholder. It is actually very important. Now, moving out from what we call the general context and so on, I will go specifically to the project. And I have mentioned earlier that Martin is the senior manager of the AU GFCE project that is actually aiming at really building capacities and has taken many activities related to capacity building within that project. So I just wanted to ask you, Martin, what is the importance of ensuring an evidence-based approach for capacity building in Africa?
First of all, let me take this opportunity, Mukhtar, to thank the IGF community and those who are listening, both online and any other means that they will listen to this recording in future for this particular opportunity. My name, as alluded earlier, it's Martin Koyabe. I've been heading the AU GFC project, looking at capacity, cyber capacity building enhancement in Africa. Now, let me start from the definition of what I would call the understanding of capacity building. And I think from what Nena has actually described and alluded in terms of the challenges and the perception, and she mentioned two key words there, which is trust and also orienting capacity building based on the recipient countries. There is this notion of the understanding of capacity building. Capacity building before used to be termed as either training or giving people knowledge in some aspect, more or less in a one-to-many. But more and more as we advance in terms of development, it's becoming quite important that capacity building is not, in cyber, for example, is not just an issue of training people to understand specific concepts and so forth. It is more than that. So you have to look at it in terms of different layers and at what stage you are engaging. So you could have national issues that require capacity building. You could have more or less up to the individual issues that require capacity building. It could be at the level of governance that require capacity building and even technical. So coming back to your point, in terms of how we can be able to get this evidence-based type of capacity building, I will reflect back into the project that we are heading, and the project involves a number of issues. So the first thing is that the project aims to enhance cyber capacity building in 54, 55 AU member states. That's the main aim. And in so doing, making sure that the member states can also build capacity resilience, that is the cyber resilience within their jurisdictions. There are three main objectives of this particular project. The first one is to have what we call an assessment. The assessment is to look at all member states and assess their current cyber capacity status or building status, so that we can be able to ascertain what the priorities of these member states is. And it's important because, as you can imagine, with COVID having ravaged most of these member states, some of the member states have changed their priorities, or they've altered their priorities depending on where the resources were coming from and where they were spending most of that resource. We've seen cases where they've either increased funding for health, they've increased funding for connectivity, and all this has actually shifted the focus of cyber capacity building that might have been planned before. So it was important that we assess the level of capacity building and what the priorities are. The second aspect of this particular project is to build what we call a sustainment component, a sustainment strategy. How do we sustain the project? And in so doing, we've engaged member states to nominate or to select and provide at least 3 experts from each member state who will comprise what we now call the Africa Cyber Expertise Community, the Africa Cyber Experts Community. And this community is envisioned to be able to understand the situation in their member states, because as we discussed earlier, and as Nena said earlier, it's important to understand problems from the perspective of member states, because they might, and they do, know more than sometimes what either the donor agency or the implementing agency might know around specific issues that are very pertinent for those particular countries. Now, the composition of these 3 experts, we suggested and we proposed that should include somebody who understands strategy, somebody who understands policy at very high level in the country, also to include a person from either the civil society or private sector, and have somebody who understands protection of the critical national infrastructure protection, such as SATs or CSATs and so forth. But that did not just end there. We've encouraged member states to have a bigger inclusion of other experts who can be able to join in for the purposes of the project. But in terms of us committing to the countries on sponsorship of these experts for meetings and so forth, we were limited only to 3. The third objective is to build what we call knowledge modules. Knowledge modules can be understood as what you'd call today best practice or good practice. But the knowledge modules that are envisioned in this particular project go further than that. They will be accessed online, And also they will provide just more than just what we call best practice. A good example is, for example, from the assessment that we've done of the countries to know what the priorities are. Many countries have listed issues such as, for example, the development of the CERT, or enhancing the understanding of law enforcement officers on specific issues, whether it is digital forensic collection of evidence and so forth, or even enhancing their legal structures. So we are seeing different needs and different priorities from these countries. The question is, how does somebody or a recipient country navigate through the challenges of knowing what option to take and how they can build and enhance their capacity? So therefore, the knowledge modules will provide what we call sort of like a window where a person can log on to the system, be able to be to select a specific area. We have got roughly about 5 main areas that we're looking at. These are main focus areas. So the first one is national cybersecurity strategy, assessment, and also issues to do with cyber norms and cooperation. The other area we're looking at is the issue of legal instruments and law enforcement in terms of the legislation, regulation, and policy. And then the other focus area is the area of capacity building itself in terms of workforce, skills, expertise, and how you enhance that within the countries. And we're also looking at CERTs, CSATs, and critical infrastructure. And then lastly, standards and other open standards that there exist. But that's not the holistic areas that we're looking at. There are other areas that member states have come up with. For example, issues to do with funding, issues to do with governance, that they've said are actually high in their priority. So then coming back to the knowledge modules, the knowledge modules will be used as a means to enable a member state to be able to assess these particular issues so that they can get a solution or a reference to a specific issue that they need to look at. And I'm sure Katrina, who is on this particular call, will be able to expand a little bit on the knowledge modules as we go ahead. But coming back to your assessment, we find that it is important to collect evidence through the notion of capacity building. Now, what has always been useful is what we call the monitoring and evaluation of the process. But that shouldn't end there. There should also be an impact assessment. And the question of impact assessment is time bound. You have to make sure that you give time so that you can be able to assess what the impact was of that particular capacity building effort that has been put into place. But let me take you back just to the basics. Many of the member states are faced with a number of challenges. One is what Nena touched on, which is mainly the political cycle. Member states do have either 4 years or 5 years or 7 years of political or of a government coming in. And once the government is, changes to another government, the other government starts afresh in most of the projects. So you find a specific project that had started going on, which it could be a cyber capacity building project, does not see the end of day because of this change of the political cycles, which is a challenge. The second issue is the issue around the understanding, especially when we have individuals who are put in charge of these particular areas. I know of a project where I dealt with 4 ministers within a span of 4 years. Maybe that's not a big record, but again, when you look at each minister coming in, them having to change a specific way of how things should work, it also affects most of the capacity building, especially at the national level, programs that are already in place. We've also talked about the inflexibility of funding, whereby funding that is given for specific capacity building projects is only geared to that specificity instead of being flexible enough to understand whether that country already has had that kind of capacity building exercise already. A good example is something like CERT assessment. Some countries do CERT assessments. They want to go into the next phase of CERT implementation, but they don't go to that phase because the funding that is available only requires a CERT assessment. And therefore, they are stuck in that particular first step until when they get funding to go to the next step. But by the time they get that funding, they need to go back and do another assessment because things have changed. So we have this kind of like inflexibility in terms of funding that affects that. But it's important that for projects that do take place, especially cyber capacity building projects, there has to be what we call qualitative information and quantitative information. Quantitative information is important because it gives a yardstick of where the country is and where it's going in terms of numbers. A good case in mind is, for example, if we want to know the impact of legislation, putting in cybersecurity laws, putting in, let's say, some specific enhancement of either data protection and privacy, then you can also look at the rate at which you are having convictions. Are these convictions showing that the law is being applied appropriately? Are they showing that now we can apply the law adequately? So therefore, you could measure how that capacity building or enhancement is reflecting on the other side. There are also other areas like, for example, education in the curriculum. It's important to also make sure that we enhance our curriculum, both from either the primary school, secondary school, university or tertiary colleges, and so forth, and also building institutions of higher learning that can be able to absorb and produce experts in cyber security. So therefore, a country can assess and say, do we have enough cyber experts or people with specific degrees or qualifications that are coming out of the colleges and coming into the market? That again can give you indication. So there's a need to start collecting these metrics, because these metrics can help a country to be able to assess where they're going, can be able to assess where the gaps are, and can also be able to appropriately fund the specific programs that can be able to create that impact that is expected. So coming back to your questions, it is important that we have these metrics. It is important that we measure them and also try and collect data that is measurable.
Thank you, Martin. One of the things that always actually implementers of CCBs in the continents are facing is the issue of the buy-in and its sustainability at the national level specifically. How do you see that? How can we really ensure that that buy-in is there and it is sustainable?
Yeah, the issue around sustainability is a very, very important one. And I really want to emphasize on that issue that for most of the capacity building projects, and even in any other project, sustainment is an important component. Now, there are mistakes that have been made in very many of these particular projects, especially when it comes to either strategy or implementation projects, because the people who matter sometimes are never involved at the first stage. So therefore, a multi-stakeholder approach where the people who are relevant are involved from the beginning is helpful. There is also a need to find out whether there is a buying in from the top level of the country, because many of the implementing partners, and I know most of them are on this particular call, and they are attending this particular session, or development partners, we do go to these countries without necessarily understanding three basic fundamentals. I just want to repeat those fundamentals. The first thing is we have to understand the political status and the politics in the country. It's important to understand that. Yeah. It's also important to understand the diplomacy angle of how we can approach these issues. But more importantly also is the issue around this is business. Many of these countries look at this as a development or a business. So therefore, we need to have these three components when we go into countries in order to understand how they go through it. But coming back to your point about sustainment, it's important to build an acceptable starting point where recipient countries are part of that particular process. Okay. It's important that we interrogate countries before to understand what their needs are and try and address those needs as they've been articulated by the countries, not the way we want them to be articulated, but as they have articulated them. And then it's important also to build a teacher training type of method where people can be able to take on these particular options for learning and then passing it on to the next generation and so forth. So that I think should be enhanced whenever there is a project of this kind. And that I think might sustain that. The last thing here is the issue of funding and project becoming more sustainable. There's some projects that require a specific amount of funding. For example, many of the countries are building certs. When you have a cert, it's important to think about that cert as in how will the cert give you value for money? The cert can provide services to the private sector who have infrastructure. So if you build a specific site, you can find that the private sector can contribute towards a fee or a service that you're providing. And that service can be able to fund some of the needs that the site will require. So there has to be a model that is built within this capacity building type of activities that we have that can generate specific funding levels to make the countries be self-sustaining rather than looking for funds every time they want to enhance the SAT. And the SAT is just an example. There could be others. Forensics, for example, organizations can build their capacity in forensics, and they can offer forensics as a service to other specific entities within national boundaries. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. And just going a little bit down, during your presentation, you have mentioned the issue of knowledge model. And we know that those models have been developed by Diplo Foundation, and this is why we have today with us Katerina Andlekovic. Katerina, I would just wanted to ask you one very important question, actually, is related to how so far and where we can improve, make any kind of improvement in really developing the knowledge modules as a tool for this project in general, specifically. Over to you, Katerina.
Thank you, Mokhtar. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to everyone, because we also have participants on site, but also participants that are just like me scattered across the globe. It's a pleasure to be here and discuss our ongoing work on the AU GFCE knowledge modules. Yes, what I can mention as the first positive thing is that we have active involvement of both the African policymakers, African community, as well as the GFC expert community, with whom we held several meetings and whose inputs and suggestions we have incorporated or are currently incorporating in our work. And to this end, we have used a recent ACE meeting to dig even deeper, and the modules are shaped based on the inputs we have received. It is also important to stress that we work with our African colleagues on every single module as they have a better understanding of the pressing issues and needs that are addressed in the knowledge modules. Another thing I can mention is that we have looked into various documents, a substantial number of documents that form the basis of our knowledge modules. At the very first stage of this journey, for instance, we mapped the GFCE knowledge, the resources available on the Sybil platform, as well as the Diplo knowledge on cybersecurity and internet governance. We also went over I think around 50 different documents that tackle the issue of cybersecurity capacity building, and we try to identify points of convergence. And then we map them with the needs received from the several AU countries regarding the CCB. And based on this input, we started drafting the knowledge modules with the aim to address these needs and requirements. As Martin mentioned, we are currently working on 8 knowledge modules that tackle the 5 focus areas of the GFCE, but they're not limited to these focus areas. For instance, we have an introductory knowledge modules that aims to provide a broader overview of the concept of cybersecurity and link it to the to relevant digital policy issues such as e-commerce, taxation, development, access to ICTs, and all other problems that are important to the African region. On a rather negative note, the majority of programs, capacity building programs, are available in English only, and thus many African stakeholders are left behind due to the language barrier. Our plan is to translate the modules into French. We try to take into the account the need to provide a multilingual capacity building support, but then it poses challenges because there are many local languages in Africa that we might not be able to take into consideration and translate our knowledge modules into these languages. And this is something that we need to take into account at a later stage when the drafts are ready, and then have at least some aspects of the knowledge modules translated in some of the local languages. That's more or less everything. I can maybe share my screen so we can have an overview of the knowledge modules that we're currently working on. Yeah. Let me just see if I can share my screen.
And while you are doing that, I was thinking about something to ask you again.
Go ahead.
One of the issues is always to try to avoid duplication. How your module really can be, do they really, you just said that they have mentioned some of the needs do they address all the needs, and how can we make them really inclusive enough, if I may say, in order to avoid really those duplication of effort during the implementation of CCBs by other partners, not only by the GFC, but other partners also. Over to you, Katrina.
Thank you. This is something that we constantly have in mind because everyone warned us, try not to duplicate existing efforts and try to integrate them to the extent possible. And we're really doing that. Well, at least we're trying to do that. And the goal of this process is to, well, both address the crucial needs of the African countries and communities, but also match these with available resources, tools, and initiatives developed by both the GFC community and the wider expert community. So basically to connect the dots. And to this end, we had, for instance, several meetings with the members of the working groups where we discussed the open questions and try to be on the same page. They have also provided their suggestions and their inputs, even at the last meeting at The Hague. That we are trying to incorporate into our modules. And after the first drafts are ready, we will make sure to share them with the expert community so they can really comment on them and provide suggestions that we can incorporate when the final versions are ready. And if I may just add, there is one more thing that was problematic that we are trying to address in our modules, and this is a question that was raised on the issue that was raised on several occasions, the problem of training the trainers, because in African countries, a lot of people that are providing capacity buildings, they lack the proper training, and this is an issue that we're trying to raise and address in our modules, both in the module 4 on cyberculture and skills, but also in the modules, because in other rather sectoral modules, because it is a cross-cutting issue. And another thing worth mentioning is that there is the issue of gender equality and the issue of awareness building and communicating the cybersecurity capacity building efforts, and these issues are also cross-cutting, and we are also trying to include them in every single module. So of course, they will be mostly tackled by the introductory module because in Diplo's taxonomy, gender rights online is part of the human rights basket or cluster, but it will be definitely tackled by other knowledge modules.
Thank you, Katrina. When you mentioned that you have been constantly in touch with the you said expert working group. Are you referring to those of the GFC or any other ones you have created within the project?
Yes, we had meetings with the GFC working groups, with some of them at least, but we will also contact those working groups tackling specific areas once the first drafts are ready and ask them for their input.
All right, thank you very much. And I think we have really went from the general context to the specific project and to the specific activities related to the knowledge, because we are talking about capacity building, as I said, is the heart of the non-partisan action of the GFCE to make sure that we are building capacities in this area. Elliot, do you have any questions from the chats, from the public? And either after that, we'll see if there are any questions coming from the floor. Over to you, Elliot.
Mokhtar, there's no questions in the chat here. I'm just seeing if I can find any other locations where people can be posting questions to us, but I won't force anybody, but I'll just say to people in the call that if you have any comments or questions, then please do feel free to raise your hand or post them in the chat here, and we can bring them into the conversation.
I see somebody standing there on the IGF-7. If there is the person wanted to speak, is there anybody who wanted to ask questions to our eminent panelists?
Yes, I would like to ask something. Hello, my name is Jawadi from the Technical University of Munich, and I would like to ask if you have ever, what's your experience using responsible innovation frameworks into cybersecurity? If you have ever done that, or if you think that that could be a good application. And also, I would like to know if you could give some recommendations on cybersecurity regarding the health sector, like, for example, the robots that are used for healthcare, and how could we improve the cybersecurity in these kind of contexts? Thank you.
Anybody who wants to take these questions?
Is she able to repeat the first one? Because I think she asked something about a certain technique. Is it a framework?
Yes, it's responsible innovation framework is something that I have been reading about, and is trying to address questions of responsibility in technology. So, and also responsible innovation research, which is trying to include these kind of concepts in their research.
All right. Now, I'll just try to just pitch in something. So my understanding the question is related to the innovations in the area of responsibilities, technology responsibilities. This is probably what I do understand. And probably we can classify that, if I may say, in the area of norms and behaviors, really in terms of who should be doing what in order to really help the actors within cyberspace responsible for what. It is not secret that some state sponsored or non-state sponsored are really innovatively doing a lot of things that are really not serving really the population or the people itself. So in that area, I believe we have a lot of things to think. It starts from the area of policy first, and it's part of the strategic, kind of approach to the cybersecurity and capacity building. But in the same time, also, we need to make sure that we are, in the area of technology, we are cooperating. We still have responsibility to technically cooperate in order to advance technology. And sometimes advancing and innovating in order to address those, how can I say, bad innovation when they happen. But that is just to throw something on the, in the field for you, the eminent expert to speak about. Anybody can complete that or say that you, Mokhtar, you are wrong.
Can I also add, Mokhtar, if you can allow me? Now, the conversation, particularly in Africa, of course, responsible innovation is something that is being discussed, in other parts. In Africa, of course, you have that, that's like a non-existent. But of course, states are moving more and more. And like you said, the norms on responsible state behavior is one of the approaches where only that we're not still focusing so much in terms of responsibility by design. So you're not only thinking about responsible innovation on the basis of the state, but also bringing in tech companies as well, where you begin to have concepts like human rights by design and responsible design, and it's something to be pursued. But from the African perspective, which I can speak about, I would advise that you can look at the digital transformation agenda, the 2020-2030 digital transformation agenda for Africa, which looks more at innovative technologies and disruptive technologies. Overly, and I keep saying this all the time, the conversation you continue to have about Africa is cybersecurity, and time would come, when other regions have moved far ahead, we begin to talk about responsible innovation, AI, nanotechnology and all of this. So you may want to look at the digital transformation agenda. It is there in terms of our aspirations to seek digital transformation, which should rather be all-encompassing rather than just focusing on cybersecurity alone.
In one word, you will be calling for cybersecurity. Cybersecurity. Tomorrow you will be calling for cyber responsibility, isn't it? Any other question, or anybody wanted to say anything about this very pertinent and difficult question? I see somebody moving to the mic.
Yeah, let me just add something on that issue of innovation, if I may. I'll just take a few minutes. One thing that is clear is that what ICT or technology gives, it also takes in equal measure. So that is something that we need to put in our minds. Now, just coming back to the question that has been asked, what are we doing about it? We're already doing something around it, especially when you look at the way we are emphasizing on the strategy for cybersecurity in many of the countries. There's a component that talks about innovation. And that component of innovation tries to address issues such as emerging technologies and how you can be able to innovate around securing those emerging technologies, and then emphasizing on security by design. So therefore, let's not think about security as a wraparound at the end of the design of a specific product, but think of cybersecurity at the initial stages, because that really helps. Now, what we need to put into place, and I think that's where the question is coming in, is checks and balances. How do we put checks and balances when somebody is able to access something that potentially can be used for a very wrong reason? For example, we have white hackers and black hackers, people who actually do this for a profession. And when these people become rogue, technicians, and they go into the wrong hands, how do we make sure that we are able to cut off that? Now, there are areas such as, for example, the security levels, which you can build in specific recruitment process. So you say, okay, if you join in to work from a civilian to work in a very sensitive area, you'll have to be security cleared. And many countries do have those kind of things, but they're not standardized across the board. So therefore, I think for me, checks and balances are important to make sure that that is done. There's an emphasis of innovation to make sure that there's responsible use of technology as you innovate, as we've really said. And I think that comes to the norms, how countries should behave, countries' behavior, and how you reprimand a country that does anything wrong towards that sector.
Thank
so
you.
I think there is some way of towards that, yeah.
Right, thank you, Martin. I see somebody approaching the mic too. And I see the second lady. I'm very glad to see that ladies are really active in the area of cybersecurity.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, panelists, for such an insightful conversation. My name is Melody Musoni. I'm a senior legal consultant at a law firm based in Johannesburg. So my question is around capacity building and digital cooperation, particularly in the space of cybersecurity. What we noticed in South Africa is that when it comes to cooperation, particularly multi-stakeholderism around cybersecurity, it's in silos. So you see that people from the banking industry, they have their own CSETs.
Yes.
People in the pharmaceutical, they have their own CSETs, but we don't have CSETs at a national level. So when we identified that problem, we came together, cybersecurity experts from different sectors, and we created or formed an alliance called the Cybersecurity Digital Alliance, which pretty much seeks to discuss issues around cybersecurity from all points or from different angles. So what I wanted to find out from the panelists is that since you've been in this space for quite some time now, how can we as a new organization cooperate or engage with members of the public to create that visibility? Because at the moment, what I've noticed is that there are so many people who are interested either in learning more about cybersecurity skills or in providing training, but there is no platform available to them to do that. So how can we, as a new alliance, work with an organization like CFE to provide training, awareness on issues around cybersecurity? Thank you.
Well, I think this question is a very wonderful question for Nina. I know that she will be really looking about that. However, I will just by mentioning that the GFCE, the Global Forum for Cybersecurity Expertise, is planning really to have a specific focus on Africa by creating a hub in Africa that is really close to the regions and ready to discuss with them and assist them in building those capacities. And this is one of the things probably that they will be addressing by talking to those non-governmental institutions and help them be involved into at the national level and regional level in the issues related to the governance and implementation of CCBs within the continent. But feel free, Nena or anyone else, to complete what I just said as a promotion of my institution, but go ahead.
I would also add that it would be good as well. The African Union Cybersecurity Experts Group have been looking for ways to dialogue with. And one of the things I said when I spoke was, the lack of civil society organizations. And in as much as that framework to say under the African Union, bringing together civil society organizations. But for example, we had the Cybercrime Forum this year, members of civil society. And of course, there's a PRIDA project as well, which is not just focused on, national actors as well. So it may be good to reach out and see ways as well but very impressive to hear that such effort is actually going on. Thank you.
If I may chip in,
yes.
I know this South Africa issue is, in fact, I'm so glad that question came out. And the issue around, and I don't want to be very specific to South Africa because I have understood that terrain very well. There are challenges to do with silos as the question came in. It is important that either the legal instruments are reviewed because the way responsibility is apportioned brings about the silos inevitably because every institution, and sometimes you find one institution has a responsibility for one aspect, the other institution has a responsibility for another aspect of cyber, and both want to stick to those responsibilities. So it becomes very difficult to really put that together. So I believe one way to address this would be to look at a cyber strategy review, and through that review, we could put some recommendations that could create a structure that can help the alliance to be more effective. Because even if you have an alliance and it's not supported by law in terms of some of the activities, you might find it very difficult to get some of your stakeholders to come to the same room if you don't have the authority to get them in that room. So therefore, I believe that while the alliance is useful, they may want to look at having a review of the national cybersecurity strategy. And through that review process, where you have all stakeholders involved and everybody giving their suggestion, the country can come up with a more sort of broader, more inclusive, open way of how cyber can be handled. And I really agree that, especially when you look at certs, where you have sectorial certs, and the banking sector is very advanced in South Africa in terms of their cert, but not the other areas which are not as advanced as that. So that I think might be an issue. Coming back to the way GFC might help, I think Nena touched on it and Mukta, I believe probably through an engagement program where awareness is also included in that engagement program, it might help. But my default position would be to review the strategy and apportion appropriately responsibilities that are inclusive. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to get those silos.
All right. Martin, I don't think that we still have a lot of time, but there is somebody standing behind the mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, hello, it's Craig Jones from Interpol, Director of Cybercrime. Very pleased to be part of this session, also with our friends from GFC, which we're part of as well. Just coming out and looking at some of the points around the multi-stakeholder approach to all of this, that's a sort of effectively a given within this space. But what we do look at is the duplication within this space. Now, we're going from a global to regional to national response for law enforcement. So we've recently set up the Africa Joint Operations Against Cybercrime Desk, but we're basing that directly in the regions in the countries. We're moving it away from that centralized model, decentralization, and then we're looking at the sustainability of that. It's a project fund. It ends in 2 years. So instead of looking at the monetary value to that, we're looking at the people investment. So training on the ground for law enforcement with specialized officers and seconded officials supporting on the ground, and then moving that on. But again, that comes into the prioritization piece, which has been picked up on. And this is not unique to Africa. This is globally. Things are always a priority when something happens. And when something happens, it then becomes a priority. And then when it sort of calms down a bit, it stops being a priority. And we look at the government investment into this and private sector investment into this. There needs to be that sort of longer term sustainable investment. And I'd very much like and commend the 2020-2030 agenda for Africa as well, because it is looking forward, it is looking ahead, and it's looking over a 10-year period. And that's the minimum that we should be looking at in all of this. So I just wanted to make just a couple of comments around that, and really endorse the work of GFC in the Africa region as well, and we're part of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I love the last sentence about endorsing the GFC work in Africa. It's lovely. But also I wanted just to comment on your comments by saying that it's good to do decentralization, but also it's also very well to do what we call the deconcentrations of things. Meaning when you decentralize, the issue of multi-stakeholders should be coming in, because you cannot give to one entity to do things. Rather, you have to go through different entities to make them all happening. And this is one of the questions that have been asked, that everybody needs to contribute to that. Any comments, or anyone who wanted to take the mic, if I may say? Somebody standing behind the mic?
Yes, this is.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
80% questions turnout in this panel, so really good interaction. My name is Johannes Wander. I'm working for GIZ, the German Development Corporation, with the African Union Commission, your successor, Moses Mogda. And I would be really curious if you or GFC in general is working with the Commission. I understand you are working with the expert group, but if there's also a link with the Commission, so that maybe, we can connect through that. And if so, which division or even person that is. Thank you.
Okay, if the question is addressed to me, we work with, as a GFC, work with the AU-SEG, which is actually the advisory body for the AU in general, and specifically through the AU Commission. So through that, we believe that we are working with the Commission. The department and the Commission has been invited and to be part of the coordination committee of the Martin project, what they call the AU GFCE projects. They should be really, and would have been very glad to see them co-chairing with AUDA and with ACBF and the REX and other ones to sit with that. Unfortunately, I believe that for the last two meetings we haven't seen them, but the intention is really to have the involvement of the AUC, full involvement, and have them really leading the action that we wanted to undertake within the continent. So that is my take to that. Any other questions from the floor? I see nobody standing behind the mic. The mic is right. How much time do we have, Elliot, still?
We have a couple of minutes, Mokhtar. So to finish on time, maybe we can wrap up shortly.
Yes. So then I will on behalf of everybody, I would like, first of all, to thank the participants, because without you, the session would not have been as nice as it is now. Second, I would like to thank my panelists, the experts, Martin, Nenna, and Katerina. It's always a pleasure to see you and to hear you bring insightful ideas and on things that related to CCBs in the continent. I would just like to emphasize on the fact that for Africa, nobody can really define the needs of Africa but Africans. And it is very important for the sustainability to involve everybody at higher levels. The buy-in is very important from everybody. We have been we have factored all of that, and we will continue to improve our knowledge modules to make sure that we are not duplicating anything or rather copying anything else, but making sure that we are making the difference and bringing something new that are useful and based on the real needs at the national level. We would like to continue to work with all stakeholders, specifically the AU organs, and make sure that we are together, all of us, building the right capacity in the area of cybersecurity for the African continent. With that, I will thank you very much, and I will wish you a nice trip back home and specifically a relaxing weekend to all of us. Happy New Year, in case I won't see you before that. See you next year.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Everybody, thanks for all the speakers.